Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the October 2020 meeting of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. I'm Bert Lay, I'm chair, also the cold water representative. It's Thursday, October 15th. We're meeting via Google Meet, and normally we go through introductions around the table, but I'll kind of read down the list of attendees. If I missed you, please let me know. I know that Larry Finch is joining us by telephone while driving across Nevada, returning to Utah. Larry is one of our two at-large members. Brian Anderson is joining us. He is a cold water representative. We have Cal Black, who's the Southeast Region Blue Ribbon biologist. Clint Brunson, the Northern Region Blue Ribbon biologist. Dave Behunen, who is our Southern Region representative. Jordan Nielsen, who is our Southeast Region representative. Ken Strong, our Central Region representative. Michael Christensen from UTWR, providing our AV services today. Nick Braithwaite from the Southern Region Blue Ribbon biologist. Randy Opplinger, sport fish coordinator for the division and liaison for the council to the division. Rex Infanger. Rex is one of two warm water coordinators. And that's it on the roster. Did I miss anyone? Please pipe up if I did. All right. Well, as people join, I'll try to make sure and announce that they're here today. I think many of you may have seen an email that I sent out this morning. We've had a slight change in the agenda for today because Crystal and Mark from Outreach are unable to join us today. That's Crystal Ross and Mark Martinez. We hope they can join us, I think, probably in January. But we will talk about outreach plans and our Facebook presence in a slot this afternoon. But this gives us an opportunity to work through all of the regional reports today. And in addition to the standard regional reports, we hope to hear some specific information about the three candidate waters that we're considering this year. And of course, we'll get into that as we go. But the first agenda item remains the same, and that is review and approval of the July meeting minutes. I sent these out some time ago with some edits from me, and Jackie Watson was kind enough to read through and provide a few edits as well. So were there any additional comments, questions, or proposed edits to the meeting minutes from July?
Bert, this is Rex. There was a couple of things here. Randy was going to, with the 18% increase in out-of-state sales, our sales are up 18%. He was going to see if we were going to get any increase in Blue Ribbon funding because of the increase in sales. I'm just going through my notes here really quick. That was one that I had. And then there was a note on Strawberry River, and maybe when we get the Central Region report, they were going to do a survey and mentioned it in July. And I just hadn't heard anything back on that one. And then wildlife tech for starvation. So those were my only notes that I had from there, but it all looked correct. I just had a couple of questions.
Well, we can certainly add those points, and maybe Randy can talk about Blue Ribbon funding in the future. That 18% is the increase in license sales. I'm not sure if that has remained the same or if there's been a bump, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. It would be nice if we could see an accompanying increase in Blue Ribbon funding. as a result of the increased interest of the public in fishing and presumably hunting as well. Primarily driven, I suppose, by the pandemic. But thank you, Rex. So can we get a motion to accept the minutes of July 16th as written with my edits, Jackie's edits, and Rex additions?
I'll move that we accept it.
Okay, Rex has moved, and I would like to just say, if anyone is opposed, please speak now. Otherwise, we will accept them as described. Okay, hearing no objections, the minutes are approved and adopted. Thank you.
Before we move on, Bert, I just want to touch
Yeah.
on this 18% thing. I haven't seen an update on license sales over the last couple months. I'm thinking they're still holding up, but I don't know if it's still 18% or not. We've talked about increasing political funding as a result of that. That's not my decision to be made. That comes from a different level. That comes from our director's office. And I've mentioned this to Bert. One thing we've never done is had somebody from our director's office, at least in the recent history, sit through a Blue Ribbon meeting. And I think maybe sometime early next year, it might make sense to actually have somebody from the director's office attend, and we could talk a little about Blue Ribbon with them. And that might be the perfect opportunity to bring up this 18% thing, because it's going to be ultimately their decision on whether we do that or not. So I think they're the ones we need to talk to. And I think maybe having them at a meeting might be a good opportunity to kind of pitch the Blue Ribbon program a little bit and pitch that idea of 18%.
All right. Well, that sounds like a good idea. And it would be nice to have some of the upper brass sit in a meeting. But let's go ahead today and let's begin our regional reports. I shuffled the order to put the 3 regions with candidate waters first, so that we might be able to get through the regional reports and candidate water reports before lunch. But we've got another 30 minutes after lunch to spill over for additional region reports. So feel free to take it away. We start with Clint from the Northern region. Clint Brunson, thanks.
I'm just going to say something before Clint jumps in real fast. Sorry to cut you off, Clint, but we've kind of hit on this before about how next month we're going to do the ratings of the waters. I'm going to go into how we're going to do that this afternoon. But one thing I just want to bring up is, you're going to rate these waters with the system I'm going to show this afternoon. But at the same time, there's going to be at the end kind of an up-down vote on whether or not these waters, are truly Blue Ribbon or not. And again, we'll talk about that more later. But I've asked Clint, Calvin, and Nick today to kind of make a pitch for the case for their Blue Ribbon waters in their region. So they're going to be presenting some data on Lost Creek, Hold Up, and landing number 4. So I just make sure you listen to that and ask any questions, because that information can factor into your decision at the end of the day on whether or not you want this to be a Blue Ribbon fishery.
And I would add to that, I was really pleased to see the turnout at Lost Creek Reservoir September 30th. Thanks to the members that joined us. And I really thought it was a good outing in the midst of all this craziness with the pandemic. And Scott did a wonderful job filling in. And we'll hear more about that from Clint. But I also did send out a little bit more information in the invitation for today's meeting. If you haven't had the opportunity to do so, you might want to take a close look at that little PDF from the Division of Water Quality on blanding number 4, and then Jackie's presentation summarizing both the population survey data on the Middle Provo and also the angler creel and angler satisfaction data. So with that, now I guess we'll let Clint go for the Northern Region report. So have at it, Clint.
All right. I'm going to try this. We'll see if we can. Does everybody see this?
Yeah, I came up, Clint.
Yep, it's launched.
Okay, so you see it shows Lost Creek Reservoir. All right.
Yeah, that's what we see right now.
Okay, good. This is the first time trying to do this on Google Meet, so Mike helped me make sure that it worked earlier this morning. So, well, I feel really bad that I wasn't able to be there in September. I really do. I've been waiting and begging to kind of get you guys up here and get you on the water. And kind of show you some of the things that we've been working on, trying to improve this from the last time it was listed. So I felt really bad. And having to just sit home knowing that all you guys were fishing and I was sitting home waiting for stupid test results to come back from a couple of coworkers really kind of sucked. So, but I understood you had a good day. Scott sent me a list of questions of which I will answer those through this presentation. And then the questions that Randy asked Nick and I and Cal to take care of, I will also answer those. And then at the end, I'll give an update on our other blue ribbon waters in the region. So kind of first start out a little bit of background on Lost Creek. And it's always kind of been a very popular place to go. And I think even more so when we had a fishing season, the start of the weekend of Memorial Day until about the end of November. I was a little kid. It was like 8 or 9, 10 years old by when they finally started removing some of those seasons. We were allowed to ice fish a couple of bodies of water for a trial thing. But during that time, in that short season, we have records of over 200,000 visits of people going to Lost Creek, which is way higher than it is right now.
Hey, Clint, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your presentation is too large for the window. I wonder if we can get that scaled down somehow.
Oh, okay. You want to go like this? Does that work?
Let's see.
Or
Stand
here,
by 1 second.
Okay, I can move it over to my other screen, and maybe that would help too. You want me to put it right onto my laptop screen instead of my larger screen, Mike?
It's going to be one of the boxes in there.
Hey, Clint, if you can go click on the slideshow tab.
Yeah.
Go. There we go.
Okay.
That's looking
that
good.
Works.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, wait. Sorry. It's still, go back to your settings again. I apologize.
Okay.
Where it says home, insert, design, transitions, animation.
Yeah.
Go to that slideshow over to right there.
Okay. And then hit the slideshow from there.
There should be one that says set up slideshow. Click on that.
Okay.
And Paul, is it browsed by individual or kiosk?
I can do either one.
Okay. Click on the browsed by individual, please.
Okay. All right.
And then hit OK.
All right.
And then you can go back into the.
Okay. So that works.
That works. Thank you. We can see the whole thing. I appreciate it. Sorry for the disruption.
No, don't worry about it. Like I said, first go for me. So, and I don't know exactly when the no wake zone, the no wake was put on that, but my understanding is when it was probably in state park, and it was in a state park until about 2002, 2001, 2002, and it went into a state park for several reasons. At the time, state parks were trying to make some money, and they had some facilities and were able to make some changes. So they picked up Lost Creek as a state park, late 80s, early 90s. And also, I think it was because of some pressure from the local community of the illegal activities that were going on up there, the drug and alcohol use and underage stuff that was happening. So they really made a big push to make it a lot better area for recreation. Since it has come out of being a state park, we've had a 5-year MOU agreement that we sign every year for with the Division of Wildlife, Division of Parks and Recreation, Bureau of Reclamation, BOR, and then Morgan County. And what we do as a group is BOR, the Division of Wildlife, give money to Morgan County. It ends up being about $30,000 from each of us, from BOR and DWR. And then Morgan County matches that with a $30,000 from them, and they do all the upkeep of the facilities and the road and spraying weeds and all that stuff year round up there. So when they're plowing roads, we're supplementing kind of that money that they need or their budget, so that they can maintain a road so people can ice fish it and maintain access. There has been talk by different county commissioners or council members that at the last bus stop to put a gate there, and only those with property beyond that gate would have access. And we've been able to keep that from not happening. In, I think it was 2017, we went through and had an evaluation. The council did a kind of a evaluation on Lost Creek to see how it would score. That's when we listed it here in the region as a potential body, and we missed by about 4 or 5 points. I think we scored 55 out of 60 or something, 50 out of 55. We were just a few points short. And the reasons that we fell short on that evaluation was access to the reservoir, because the road was terrible. The amenities were not so great, and we didn't have access around the reservoir. And what has happened since then is I've installed 2 new restrooms. The third one will be next spring. And then I have started, and Randy and I have been in a meeting talking about getting a new design for a parking lot and a wider boat ramp to accommodate a few more boats as this comes to Blue Ribbon. All of those should reach that 4 or 5 points we need to make that case. And then once we get to that point, there is a gate that was installed by Deseret on BOR property that we would like to remove and place it back closer to Deseret's actual border instead of 2.5 miles from their fence. It was in a BOR management plan in 1996 that it was a temporary gate, but it's been there ever since. So BOR said as we renewed this contract that they were more than willing to have that moved. It is on their property, so they can do that. But law enforcement really kind of is making sure that they can cover all that area, and that all of our ducks are in a row before we really get to that point. So we want to have new boat ramp and parking lot done before we get there. So I want to go in a little bit to what we stocked it in the past. Everything
Clint?
up until
I just wondered how far past the boat ramp is that gate? I mean, because once you go past basically where the boat ramp is, seems like that road just sort of heads really steep up the hill. Is there another access at the far end of the lake?
No, so the gate, when you go up that boat ramp arm, you'll get to you go past the boat ramp, and when you get to the kind of the top end of that arm, it turns back around. And to me, it's always seems that you're headed north, but you're actually kind of headed west. But you'll get a third of the way up that hill, and there's a big yellow gate there that was installed on a really steep slope. So you can't go up and around it, or you can't go down below it and around it. And there are 3 in that Kilfoyle arm, the one that goes straight back from the dam. There are 3 old restrooms and parking areas that Parks and Rec put in when it was a state park. And we would like to at least get access to the first restroom, which it would only be a mile from there to the very end of the reservoir up that Kilfoyle arm. So if somebody wanted to walk that shoreline, they could fish that shoreline, they could walk the road. And at that point, it's really level. It doesn't have any elevation. So, and that's about a mile, I don't know, mile and a quarter from the gate is what it is. So that's what we're honestly looking at, is how we can make that work. I'm going to shoot for getting the gate all the way past the very last restroom. There's a little zigzag in the road that's really steep. It's very similar where the gate is right now, but there's a place that you could turn around, and we'll have everything in that back arm as day use. No camping. You could, go up there and have a picnic and fish during the day, but you'd have to leave in the evenings. And then the county kind of wants to allow camping again. They're past the boat ramp and below the dam. And they may charge like $5 a night for something like that, just to kind of offset their costs of having a person go up there and run and check and do those kinds of things. But that's probably still a couple years out. Once we get boat ramp and parking lot done, that will be kind of the next consideration. We'll have to renew our MOU. And right now, the council members that are over this are very gung-ho about moving forward with it. So it's nice to have the county on board. They had been kind of sticking in the mud for several years prior that I've heard of, prior to me working with them. But they've seemed to come a long ways and are really excited that, they can get some more traffic into Morgan and buying more groceries and more gas and supporting that local economy there.
So it would open up at least another 1.5 miles of shoreline if we could move the gate. Is that correct, Dan?
Yeah, it'd probably be closer to about 2. And then if you wanted to jump across the creek, you'd probably get another 3. You'd get another mile along that shoreline. You could walk it and fish it pretty easy.
So there's an access down to that outhouse that's up on that point that's up the Kilgore Arm then, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to walk it, you can walk any of that because it's all on BOR. There's nothing stopping you from walking it, but just at the gate, you just have to turn around. You just can't get past that gate right now. And that's, like I said, when we first signed the MOU, BOR was ready to, take a tractor and go pull it out and move it. But we didn't want to do that and have that be the first thing and have it all kind of come apart. We wanted to work out a little bit of time. And so that's what I've been doing the last couple of years, and installing restrooms. And we have a representative that's just down the canyon that owns the property relatively close, right up against the reservoir there by the boat ramp. And so I need to sit down and talk with him. But I think he's been supportive of a lot of the things that the division's done. He's ran bills for us in the legislature. And so I'm hoping that he'd be very supportive of us continuing to move forward with this. So.
Incidentally, Clint, I just looked at Google Maps. If you go to satellite view on Google Maps, you can actually see the 3 retired restrooms further up that arm. So it's fascinating to see how it was so significantly developed in the past, and then as a result, presumably, of the illegal activity, it got shut down for the reasons.
Well, and part of that happened. The gate itself happened after the state. I think after the state park was no longer there, they installed that gate because there was nobody up there enforcing what was going on, in that back arm once the state park closed. So, anyways, kind of, it's on my list, and it's something that we're going to move, but we're taking our steps where we need to, and making sure we have everything. And I want to make sure that law enforcement is on my side, and so far they're very, very supportive, both division guys and Morgan County. Because when Morgan County's running, they have 4 guys on duty. They have to have another body. They go up by 2 to Lost Creek because they're out of service. They're out of radio service up there. They can't radio into dispatch very well, other than in a couple of locations. So one of our officers either needs to be there, so one of theirs can be there, or they send 2. But with the new road, that has greatly improved their emergency service accessibility, and that's been really good as well, to have to have that happen with that new road. So, okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. So up until about 2012, it was a put and take fishery. We usually, and I can give you some stocking numbers if you really want to have the nuts and bolts, but most of the time we were stocking 30,000 rainbows and 20,000 cutthroats every year there as a put and take. There was no size restriction. It was, catch 4 fish or 8 fish if that was, the regulation back then. In 2012, we duplicated a slot limit that was at Strawberry. At Strawberry, it's for cutthroats. Here it was for all trout. So any trout between 15 and 22 inches was to be released. You could have 3 under 15 and 1 over 22. And that has, I'll show you what's happened to fish growth and our numbers here in a little bit, but we've reversed our stocking. We're stocking a lot more cutthroats than we are rainbows now. We're also stocking, trying to stock larger fish. So our survival, we may not be using the same amount of fish, but we're, Cody and Chris have trying to work out about the same amount of pounds that are going into this reservoir. And as we've prepared for this to go to Blue Ribbon, we've actually increased our stocking here and put more fish in this reservoir just to, take the pressure, as well as when we have fish that need to be stocked quickly from the hatchery, or we have some extra fish, they go to Lost Creek. And so we're trying really hard to make sure that we have plenty of fish there as people go up, that they can have some to fish. We are having an internal discussion about kokanee because it's a new species that was added this year. And what I didn't want to have was some confusion between our statewide rule puts salmon and trout all together as, it's a 4 fish kind of deal. And I didn't want somebody, catch a 16-inch kokanee and not have to be able to keep it or something. So we're going to work through that and through our next cycle of regulations as that comes due, to make that a little bit more clear in our proclamation or guidebook. So there's going to be some pictures with these slides. These are recent pictures. These are within the last 2 or 3 years of fish that we have taken either by hook and line or by gill net. So let's talk tiger trout. We started stocking tiger trout in 2008. And we missed a couple of years from 2013 to 2016 of stocking tigers because we weren't seeing them return to our gill nets. And then we stocked in 2017 and 2018, and those are larger fish, normally 6 inches or bigger. And that is because of survivability. They go into the system, and we have a lot better return. Tigers were put in there initially to control chub numbers as well as the Bear Lake cuts, and they've done very well. This is a 34-inch, 14-pound tiger trout that we caught right off the dam up there 2 years ago, and they have done an incredible job on our chub numbers. I was looking at some of our in 5 nets, we caught 700 chubs. Now we're down to, maybe 50 or 60 chubs per net. So we're catching, we might be catching 300 or 400 chubs in a night instead of 700 or 800, about in half of what we had been. So our past creel surveys didn't show these returning to anglers. And a lot of the guys that fish, when they take their kids, are fishing, power bait or, marshmallow and a worm or something like that. And tigers don't eat that stuff. They're looking for fish. But there's some guys that do really well fishing minnows or fishing jigs. But our creels never indicated that. In fact, in an entire year creel, we only had 1 tiger that was shown. In that couple hours that Chris and I were fishing, I did catch a tiger. It wasn't great big, but it was like 12 inches. Again, they're there. We put them there as an additional species for angling opportunity and chub numbers. So there's still some of those big guys in there, and they're just getting bigger. We got some good chub numbers there that will support that fishery. We added splake, which is kind of a newer species. We added splake in 2013. So that was when we stopped initially from stocking tiger trout. And I think, and the purpose was to have a predatory fish that would really tune into the chubs. And again, we hadn't seen tigers return to our gill netting efforts. And we have continued to stock splake every year since 2013. And recently, my sampling by fishing pole has caught splake up to 18 inches here. Now they're not, cow black kind of Joe's Valley worthy, but there's some really good fish in there, and I'm excited to see where these will go as an additional predator there for the chubs. So we're getting a few of those every year in the nets, which is good. That's a good sign, and they're in really, really good health. So I wanted to, these are some of the questions you guys asked on the 30th of September to Scott. He wrote these down and sent these to Chris and I. So I'm going to be kind of quick. Pictures are from 2018, our sampling efforts in 2018. That lower right picture, that was a small portion of the fish that we caught in one net. Most every fish was between 18 and 24 inches. They were just all really, really nice cutthroats. So Lost Creek does not have a conservation pool in place. And it does have an outflow. They have to have a release. Weaver Basin has to release a certain amount of water, 7 to 15 CFS out of the dam year round as protocol in an agreement that we have with Weaver Basin, but there's no conservation pool. There's not a management plan in place. This is kind of relatively new, and in some places where there's been a lot of work done, Schofield comes to mind, and Jordanelle, where some changes and significant changes have taken place. There's been management plans put in place. We don't have a management plan in place for Lost Creek. The dam is owned, and property around the reservoir is owned by BOR, Bureau of Reclamation, and Weaver Basin Water Conservancy District control the water releases there. Somebody had brought up a question about having a sign that tells how far Lost Creek is from the freeway, and to have that located. I need to sit down and talk with Brett Heiner at the county and probably with UDOT and see if we can get something like that put together. But I haven't got to that point yet. So, but I think that would be something that would be good to have. You also asked when kokanees were stocked. They were stocked April 1st of this year. This is one net full of cokes going into the stream, the inlet of Lost Creek Reservoir. They're up past that Deseret gate, but before you actually hit Deseret's physical property line. So hatchery guy here throwing a bunch of fish in, and some of his helpers, I guess they're along with him. One of our officers went up and opened the gate for him to get. So we're going to stock them probably at least for the next 4 years to make sure we have plenty of fish in there to pull off a spawn. And if we need to supplement beyond that, we'll do that as well. We're excited to have this unique species and have this opportunity for anglers in a different location. So they don't have to chase to Jordanelle or to Strawberry. They'll have some stuff closer to home and to be able to catch cokes. The question, and this one, I know that there's a lot more new members than when we did our last evaluation, and so this one kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Is, do we want it to be a blue ribbon fishery? And our answer is absolutely. We've like I said, I've been working hard the last 3 years, making improvements, even though they might be little improvements, but that $1.1 million road was a significant push to get us to Blue Ribbon. And that was the whole reason of doing that road. It wasn't for anything other than that. We needed to have a new road up to the dam at least, to make this worthy. So I've also met with a lot of the surrounding landowners. Some are in support, some of them are not in support of this. The one that is not in support is Deseret, because they feel that, it will just bring more people to their, to their boundaries and cause more problems hunting during this next week, the rifle deer hunt. And I've spent a couple of weekends on the rifle deer hunt up there, working, setting and pulling gill nets, and I've seen 5 or 6 hunters. Now there might be 3 times as many as that on opening morning. There might be 15 or so guys because it is public accessible property. But I don't believe that anglers are going to shy away because there's a deer hunt going on. So I'm not too worried about that part. This is a buddy of Ben Nadolski's, our regional supervisor. This is a cutthroat. He caught while ice fishing. Really, really nice fish. And he catches quite a few of those every year, but he sent a couple pictures into Ben and shared them with us. So I thought I'd show a picture of big cut through the ice. I'm gonna present some of this data. Chris is working currently on our creel survey from last year, but we've had a significant increase of fish size at Lost Creek, and that structure since we've installed this slot limit. So Ben is holding a little rainbow that they thought was pretty significant, apparently in the years past, in the early 2000s. This is George Pappas. Maybe some of you guys know who this is, holding a rainbow just from either last year or the year before. So average fish years ago compared to an average fish now, pretty easy to see it in pics. Randy asked a couple of questions this morning. I'm going to go through these. The first question was about population characteristics and which of these characteristics do I feel Lost Creek meets, and I believe that all of them, A through E, are represented in some way, shape, or form. Kokanee is kind of a unique species. We have them in Kazi and Porcupine, but we've started stocking them in East Canyon and Rockport, and now in Lost Creek, and I think it's a pretty unique species. We have a trophy species there with tiger trout and large cutthroats. We also have some really nice splake in there. They may not, like I said, they may not be Joe's Valley, 6, 7, 8 pounds yet, but I think we'll get there. We do have a native sport fish population there with the cutthroats being there. We do have some reproduction. I'm not going to say that it's self-sustaining by any means, but we do have some reproduction in that stream, in both of those little streams. And we have 5 different salmonid species, which creates some pretty cool diversity. You can target at any one of them, or you can, like Chris and I, we were throwing jigs and we caught 4 species that day throwing jigs. The only thing we didn't catch was kokanee. So we didn't catch a splake that day, I guess. I need to take that back. We caught 4 species, including chubs. So I went through and measured shoreline that is accessible. It's about 37%. And that gives you, if somebody wants to walk, not even to the gate, just walk the shoreline kind of from that boat ramp arm where you can park there. You can walk out to a pretty decent little point before you get into some ledges. There's about 37% of the shoreline access from the dam all the way around that anglers could access and fish on right now. That will change to probably somewhere between 60 and 75% once we move the gate. So that'll be a significant increase. Our water, do we have sufficient water levels is another one of the questions. Even in the very lowest years, we did not suffer a die-off or lose that fishery when they drained it in 2004 to do some work on the dam. So it doesn't have a conservation pool. We wish it did. However, even without a conservation pool, we didn't lose those fish. And I think this last one, I know that it has some water quality issues, probably has some total dissolved solids that are a little high, probably some nutrient levels that are a little high. But it's nothing that impairs the fishery, probably makes it pretty productive, and reason why the chubs are there, and we can control them with the predator fish that we have in there. So
Thanks for hitting those, Clint. You didn't have to do it here, but I appreciate you doing that. You don't need to respond to my email. I got your responses right there, so I got what I need.
Oh, okay. I figured I just put it in. It was just an extra slide. So that way, you could have sent that out, I guess, to the members so they could vote. But I figured I'd just present it, and then I can send you that. I'll just send you that information on a slide. You can just send it out as a reminder, or whatever. So, yeah, we'll go back to the data. These are some lengths, and I'll have a little chart because sometimes it's easier to see it on a chart too. But 2006, our average rainbow was about 13.5 inches. It dipped down to about 9 inches a couple of years later, and I was super tempted to use that 9-inch change to 15.5 inch change. But I kept my years similar all the way across. So 13.5 to 15.5, not a huge change, but they're growing. The big one was, same year, 2006, 9.5 inch cutthroats. Now they're 18.5 inches in 2018. So, like I said, a 9-inch change in structure of fish. Those fish are eating those chubs. They're controlling that, so we don't have to treat and poison. We have, like I said, we have a relatively small sample size for splake and tiger trout. We had, and I wrote it down, right? Like I kept it. We went from, both of them kind of seemed to decrease in size, other than that, when we had that year with that great big tiger, we had, our average was a 30-inch fish. And I don't think that's typical. So because we only had, in our samples, we only had 6 tigers, I just left that information out. But the tigers are really in good shape, and as well as a splake. So, so this is the cutthroat growth over time. Like I said, super easy chart to look at, and you can see the growth rate. So I chose, we have some other years there, and I could have pulled those, but 2006 and 2011 are prior to our slot limit being in place, and then 2016 and 2018 are after that, and about the same amount of time roughly before and after. So a big change in my world. That's pretty significant, and I think this represents, or will represent, a pretty good location for us to have a blue ribbon fishery, because our fish are really, really healthy. They're good size, and it's a robust population. We're not seeing skinny fish. The day that Chris and I fish, normally these little 10 to 12 inch cutthroats are pretty skinny. They actually had some girth on them. They looked really good. So, and I don't know about you guys, but when we caught those little cutthroats, almost all of them were missing their tail fins, their dorsals, or caudal fins. And so there must be some big fish that are trying to eat them, and we were trying to figure out how to catch those big fish. But at some point in time, we'll get that figured out too. This is the rainbow trout graph. Like I said, I was really tempted to start at that 9.3 and go up to the 15, but I know that we've shared some of that information in the past when we reached back prior to us putting the slot limit. And I know that there were years that we had an average of rainbows of 9 and 10 inches. So it's really improved our fishery. There's no doubt about that. And I know that there's some anglers that don't like it. They don't like the fact that they have to turn fish loose and not be able to keep some of these fish. But overall, it's for the benefit of this fishery and keeping it and maintaining it. So that's what I have for Lost Creek. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to let you ask some questions, and then I'll go through the rest of my update for the other waters.
Clint, I've got a question. This is Bert. In your slides, you mentioned, actually, I have two questions. You mentioned that there had been repairs done on the dam in 2004. Is there any reason to be concerned about the operation of the dam and any expectation that it's going to require repairs in the near future?
No, not to my knowledge at all. And we've talked with both BOR and Weaver Basin, and there's no, as far as I'm aware, there is nothing wrong with the dam. The repairs and everything have stayed in place, and they've kept all the trees and everything else off of there. They've maintained it really, really well. So I don't have any inclination that there's any troubles coming with it within the near future.
Well, that's good news. I was just thinking about what's been happening in the Northeast region and the issues they've had. The second question was regarding the kokanee stocking and expectations for recruitment. So they went in this year. I know we talk about lake reproducers versus stream reproducers. I don't know if you know what strain this was. And then what is the expectation? Will there be recruitment of kokanee?
Well, we expect there will be recruitment of kokanee. That is our hope, that these fish will run up, and my hope is that these are, and I didn't get the strain or the variety of kokanee from the hatchery guys, but my understanding was that they were imprinting them on that stream so they would return to that stream and spawn. That's the Kilfoyle arm. That is the little stream that runs up into Deseret. There's one on the north side in a big bay. There's a little stream there, and there's one in that boat ramp arm that they could also run up and spawn in. Water situations being what they are in the fall when these fish would be spawning, the one by the boat ramp probably will not have enough water for them to get up. But the one from Deseret, that Deseret side, and the other one will have some water. The Deseret one has pretty significant flow year round. The one on the north side in the big bay that's kind of on the northwest side, it has a good little flow, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It all depends on the size of fish. But that's our intention. And if we have to, Chris and I talked about this last week. If we have to supplement just so we maintain that fishery, we'll do that. And we'll ask for those numbers, because it may, if they're bringing those fish from Strawberry, if they're spawning, they may have to spawn us an additional 2 or 3 fish to get what we're really asking for number wise that we're putting in there. So it's not a significant ask if we have to supplement that fishery that way. So does that answer you?
Yeah, that does. Thanks.
I'll kind of chime in a little bit more on Bert's question. They are the stream spawning strain. We only use the lake spawning strain, I think, at one location. It's Fish Lake in the state. We don't have a lot of access to those eggs. They come actually out of Flaming Gorge. We got to compete with Wyoming for them. One thing I will say on kokanee in general, though, is we have the lake spawning strain, we have the stream spawning strain, but they also stray a little bit. So even though Clint talks about these good tributaries and this use of the lake spawn or the stream spawning strain, there's probably going to be some lake spawning that happens as well.
Yeah. And as long as that happens, we're going to be happy little campers. So I think it's way cool. We should be able to even start. I'm hoping to start catching some next year, hook and line. So
I guess Scott Tolentino mentioned that the phytoplankton is pretty rich in Lost Creek, and so kokanee are expected to do well.
I'm hoping so. So I guess any other questions?
Yes, Clint, this is Kim. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
This might sound a little different, but I worry about a lot of these lakes getting to the point where they eradicate the chubs and then they start feeding on the fish you're planting. I think that's what's happened at Strawberry is we got low on chubs and then there's no forage fish, and so the other fish become forage fish. What are your feelings on that?
That's a good question, Ken. And when you go back, I have two whole sticky notes here. I went back as far as 2002 and our stocking stuff. A lot of those initial stocking of tiger trout and splake were 3-inch, 2.5 to 3-inch fish, and there's no doubt in my mind that they were eaten by cutthroats. You know, I mean that was probably a large portion of where they went. And I think that's what's kind of neat is, you know, we made a change. Even since 2018, we've started stocking larger tigers and larger splake. Our cutthroats are going in a little bit bigger, like you said. And as long as we maintain those chub numbers, and we'll have to, you know, we're sampling. I have my little sample plan here that needs to be rewritten. Cody and I were talking about that. We're going to see what chub numbers look like in the spring and see if we're still there. Chris and I, you know, we caught some chubs, and I don't know that that's concerning. Like you're saying, as long as they're there, they're being eaten. And as long as they're spawning, those young year fish are being consumed by all of those fish that are in there. But I think we've also learned that from Strawberry that we can stock maybe the same amount of pounds, fewer fish, but at a larger size and still have that recruitment. I think there's plenty of opportunity, and I think there's enough forage there right now that we're not seeing any depletion. Our last nets actually showed a little tick up from where we reduced our chub population in half by 2016 and 2017, our gill nets. 2018, we had a little bump up. Now, did we hit a couple extra schools? Did we have, you know, fish just in the right place at the right time to show that? That will be shown in the spring. But, and I don't know if you were able to go. I don't think you were able to make that meeting, Ken. But just traveling across the reservoir, there's balls of bait fish. You know, they're just these big, large gobs of bait fish. And that to me just means that we have, you know, these smaller fish, these 2 to 3-inch chubs that are still in tight little balls, and they'll recruit through the system and they'll provide that. So as of right now, we're not seeing skinny fish in our trout. We're not seeing a huge increase in chub numbers. I think we're setting, at least right now, we're setting really well for this fishery to continue to just produce big fish. But it's something that we're watching. We're sampling 2 out every 3 years, fiscal years. So it's supposed to be, you know, sampled in fiscal year 21, but it's a spring sample that will be coming up probably in May. So if you guys want to get your hands on some big cutthroats and stuff, we'll make an invite and let you come out on the boat and see some of these fish. Does that answer your question, Ken?
Yeah, I wasn't concerned right now, but I just look down at the future, and as the chubs start to disappear, and the bigger ones will eventually die off, and then are we going to be in trouble? That's all. It was just a thought.
I understand, and I appreciate that. I really do. That's a great thought, and it's one that we've been talking about here in the office. So you're not the only one that's thinking of that. We're trying to make sure that we have that we have steaks on the table for those fish to eat. So
I'll chime in.
Clint, Brian with Brian Anderson.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. My question will show my newness and naivete. You mentioned that there's not a management plan for Lost Creek, yet there's a lot of stocking of different species and decisions and actions going on. So for my benefit, maybe just a brief education on what's the difference between what you are doing at Lost Creek versus what a management plan is.
Well, I think as Chris and I talked about it, the management plan that we have set, at different bodies of water across the state, have been because we've had some, either losses of a fishery or some significant changes to that fishery, and that's been warranted maybe through social aspects than maybe the biological aspects. The public wants us to, make sure they know that their concerns are being heard, and that we're going to be, sampling this often. And so the management plan basically sets up a time and maybe some triggers, if you will, of when we have additional, actions that we take place on. And I think like Cal and Jackie probably, they have a couple of these waters that have management plans, and they're kind of held, to certain things because they're trying to rebuild a fishery that once or historically was phenomenal, and they're just, the public just wants to make sure that that's in place. It also can come from Salt Lake, and they, want to push, but where we have been able to manage these fisheries in Lost Creek without having we haven't had to treat it. We haven't had to poison Lost Creek to treat for chubs. We've just been able to use Bear Lake cutthroats. We've been able to use tiger trout and splake as our predators, as our poison, basically, for chub numbers, and kind of reduce those. So we're hoping, that we just can kind of status quo and just keep, going through. And as we monitor every 2 out of 3 years, we can watch those changes. Cody kind of felt like, every year we were killing a bunch of, 20 plus inch cutthroats. He's like, I hate killing a bunch of 20-inch cutthroats because they're eating chubs, and I don't want to have to do that every year. If we're not seeing a significant decline or increase, we can spread that out and not have to kill as many fish in gill nets. And so that's kind of why we've had a pause in 2019, that was kind of something that we've had in this netting plan, or our sampling plan that I have here. Is we're just kind of trying to stick to those, and we have a guideline, but it's not as stringent as some of these other bodies of water.
Hey, Clint, it's Dave here.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, just curious, maybe this is along a management plan question. What was the slot limit? And, I'm kind of a catch and eat type person. And as your average fish size goes up, and it kind of lands in the middle of your slot limit, me personally, to go to a fishery that has a slot limit like that probably won't go if I can't keep fish. And
Right.
You have data to show whether you put a slot limit in, if the fishing pressure decreases, or if it increases because people want to catch bigger fish, or do you plan on, and like I say, maybe this is part of your management plan or looking towards a management plan, do you plan on shifting that slot limit as your average size goes up with your survey?
Well, so Chris is working on the creel data right now, and we ran a year-long creel, and most of our rainbows are going in 9 to 10 inches, so they have a full season to grow, and they're stocked around Memorial Day, as you know, being fish truck driver. We get that, and by the time they make it through ice fishing season, they're coming out at about 14 inches. So anglers have a whole year, that they can use and catch those fish. Usually by April and May, they're 14 and a half. They make it to 15 inches by the time they're in the middle of summer. But we see a pretty good harvest of those fish under that 15 inches. We don't see a lot of people taking, big fish out of the slot. We haven't talked about making changes, and I think it's more because of simplicity. We have a couple places throughout the state with similar slot limits of 15 inches to 22 inches, and The less we change those, maybe it's better for the anglers. But there's, I mean, I want to say that almost probably half of the fish that we caught, Chris and I, that week before these guys fished, were under the slot, were in that, and they were, 12 to 15 inches. That's from, they, with the year's worth of growth, they kind of beef up and look really good. And so anyways, right now we're not thinking of changing slot limits, but we're stocking kind of large catchables. And you remember coming from New Mexico with those magnums, that's kind of the way we're looking for some of our stockings, is we're stocking, 13 to 12 and 13-inch fish. I don't think that that's going to be something that's going to go. Those fish probably won't go to Lost Creek because they won't have a lot of time to be harvested, but they'll go to other fisheries. So
Thanks, Clint.
yeah. Okay. Anything else? All right. So here's my last pitch. Bert, did you catch fish at Lost Creek?
Yes, I did. One
All
fish.
right.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so it
There's
should
a-
be a blue ribbon fishery then. We
Well,
know that
very
we're in a
nice
compliment.
cutthroat. So carry on.
I was gonna open this as like, if everybody that went there, and Scott told me that everybody that went there from the council caught fish, and I'm like, well, if that's not a reason to make it a blue ribbon fishery, I don't know what is. So it's a great little place, very scenic, very beautiful. There's a lot of non-angler use, now with paddleboards and kayaks. But I don't think that affects our fishing opportunities there. During the summertime, a wider boat ramp will allow, on weekends, a few more boats to get on there a little quicker. I fished it on Memorial Day, on that Monday, had no problem at 8 o'clock in the morning getting the boat launched and coming back at 12 o'clock and getting off the water. Was there a lot of people? Yeah, there was a lot of anglers on the shore, but there was only 7 or 8 boats. And that to me kind of means that, there's some use that can happen there, and yet you're not, falling all over everybody as well. So it's a cool little fishery. Like I said, I've tried the last 3 years really hard to keep this MOU in place and do a lot of things to improve the score and make it work. So that when it came back to evaluation time, I had enough work done to prove that we are headed in the right direction, so it could be a blue ribbon fishery. So that's my spill. I'm grateful that you guys had a good time. I really wish I could have been there, but anyways, I'm going to jump quickly. This is kind of my second to last slide. Run through what's going on. Bear Lake, Scott's got some fishing that's picking up. They're doing better on some of their fish. But I want to encourage, I know he made an invitation to everybody in the council to come up and catch some endemic fish, his whitefish and Cisco. They're really cool species. And if they're not on your list of fish to catch, you probably need to put them on there. They're neat fish. Sorno was at Pine View last week and caught a lot of perch and crappies. And actually, he said if he hadn't moved, he probably would have had 30% of his catch would have been bluegills, 30 would have been crappie, and 40 would have been perch. So not huge, but the fishing's picking up. It's so he's looking forward to ice fishing. So if you got some kids that you want to get into, or grandkids get into some ice fishing this winter, or if you want to run up right now, the caretakers or whatever you want to say, they're not charging anymore. You can go launch on Pine View for free now. We are gill netting on Bear Lake on Willard Bay this week, and Bear Lake is next week. So if any of you want to help out at Bear Lake, reach out to Scott. He is in need of some extra hands pulling gill nets next week, if you're interested. But Willard's this week. Fish are just outstanding. The last slide, I'll show you a picture of a couple wipers that we pulled out of nets. Randy was there yesterday. It was a very rough day. We ended up just picking up all our nets and going into the boat ramp and cleaning nets there because it was just so rough. But overall, every fish that we caught, they're just fat. They're just doing really, really well. Shad numbers were super high apparently this year because they're just stuffed full of shad. And today is the last day of irrigation flows on the Weber. So from here on out, I should start dropping. So if you want to go and fish like below Echo and Rockport, those flows should be returning down to their normal wintertime flows. And things should be really good there. And here's a picture of a wiper. This one on the scale, it was 7.7 pounds, like 3.5 grams or kilogram. It was big wiper, probably one of the biggest. And that belly is just full of shad. The other boat took a fish about like the one that I'm holding, and it was dead in the net, and they opened it up. It wasn't as pronounced as that one. And they took 25 shad out of the stomach. So they're feeding very well. They may not be the easiest to catch because they're full, but they're in great condition. So that was a lot of fun. We've caught some really big perch, really big walleye, some of the biggest walleye I've ever seen out of Willard in nets the last couple of days. And these are the biggest wipers, I've put my hands on. So really cool, really cool. So at that, thanks.
Clint, I got a question about East Canyon. I don't know. I don't check it every year, but boy, the last time I drove by, not East Canyon, sorry, Echo. Echo is extremely low. And is that unusual or is that normal for this time of year?
It's normal because we haven't had any rain since April. It just irrigation flows. They'll fill it back up. But yeah, they drain it. The last couple of years, they've had the boat ramp sticking out of the water. So if you wanted to launch, you had to launch on the beach. It's seeming to become more and more the normal part of that. It was clear full this spring, but without any summertime rains to kind of draw down to slow some of the drawdowns for irrigation flows, they really pull a significant amount of water out of there. And they pull from Smith and Morehouse into Rockport, and from Rockport into Echo. And probably some of the water from Smith and Morehouse doesn't make it there. It probably goes down the Provo River system at the diversion there by Oakley. But yeah. And then they draw from Lost Creek, of course, and from East Canyon. But I think because it's the smallest of all those water bodies, it looks like it gets drained the most. And it does. It's probably at 30-35% of capacity would be my guess right now as I look at it. So it looks pretty awful, but it concentrates your fish for ice fishing.
Well, that was my question. Is this going to severely impact ice fishing? But apparently, if it's a regular thing, perhaps not.
No, it's when we were up there a month and a half ago or so, you're driving out where everybody else was driving out there during the wintertime last year, and they will slowly start filling over the wintertime. They'll slowly start, because they're not going to release anything out of the dam. And so all the flow coming down from Rockport will just slowly start to fill it.
All right, thanks. Any further questions for Clint?
I'll try to get creel survey information to you if possible on the November meeting, but and if we talk prior to you guys doing the evaluation, that'd be great. But if not, I'll just try to give you that information of what we found and what anglers thought about that, and that'll kind of lean a little bit more to Dave's question. But I think overall they're really satisfied with it. There's a few individuals that grumble about having a slot limit, and you talk to them and you're like, well, what was it like 25 years ago? And I says, I can show you data that you had 10-inch fish, and they're like, well, we catch a lot of really nice fish, but they usually grumble because the stocking truck showed up and filled the bellies full of all these tiger trout, and makes it hard. So you can't satisfy everybody, but I think a majority of the people are really happy with what's going on there.
Right. Thank you, Clint. Moving on, we move next to the Southeast region and Cal Black. I don't know if Jordan has formally gotten notification that he's been appointed to serve as the Southeast regional rep, but I'm hoping that happens soon. Jordan, have you gotten any confirmation?
Nothing formal. No.
Okay. Well, sit tight. It may take a little while. So,
That's right. I'll still log into the meetings.
all right, very good. Turning it over to Cal.
All right, Randy, can you pull up that presentation for me?
Yeah, I'll get it for you right now here, Calvin.
So I'm going to start off with an update over our waters, our blue ribbon waters and our potential waters. We sampled a few of them the last few weeks, so just kind of a lot of pictures, and then I'll go into blinding number 4 information at the end of this presentation. So Randy, if you wouldn't mind, next slide. So I'll start off with Schofield Reservoir. I call this my prison lineup pictures for our fish this year. I took pictures of everything on a table all lined up. So these are our prison photos. These are our 3 trout species we collected out of our gill nets. From left to right, we've got cutthroat, tigers, and rainbows. And we had a pretty good numbers of our cutthroat this year. I think it's the highest catch rates in the fall since about 2014, 2013. And we have seen a lot of fish in the slot limit. And as you can see there, everything on that table is 16, 17 inches. Our slot limit is 15 to 22 have to be released. So it's a good sign that we've got fish ranging from 12 to 17 inches with our cutthroat. And we're seeing them get into that bigger slot limit size this year. So a good sign for us. Tiger trout reappeared this year. We started stocking some 12-inch tigers starting last year. And you can see there in the middle, we have some 12-inch tigers at the bottom and some 15 to 17-inch tigers up top. And this is the first year we had significant numbers of tiger trout in our gill nets. So good to see them starting to show back up. That larger stock size seemed to be doing quite well for us. And then lastly, we have some rainbows. We had a few more rainbows than those 3. It just those 3 weren't beat up and eaten by crayfish. So again, 12 to 16, 17-inch rainbows. Not as many as past years, but we still were seeing rainbows. And then this year's quota of 20,000 12-inch rainbows were stocked a week after this. This was the first week of October, and the week after our quota went in. So the reservoir's quota full of fish, of rainbows. So, and it should be fishing pretty good. Next slide. The other species in the reservoir right now are wipers. You can see on that left, we had good numbers of wipers show up in our gill nets. They range from 10 inches, that fished closest to you on the table, to 20.5 inches at the top of the table. We definitely have at least 3 size classes, probably 4 in the reservoir with the wipers right now. That biggest one was just shy of 5 pounds. Last fall, we had a 6-pounder. So yeah, in the gill net. So we know they're surviving. We had a lot of anglers catching these fish throughout the year this year. We were very fortunate to get 8-inch and 10-inch wipers early in the season. And I think a lot of these 12 to 13-inch fish that you see are probably some of those 10-inchers that were stocked back in May and June. We had 1 walleye show up from our 2019 stocking. That fish was 11 inches. We only had about 1,900 or so walleye fingerlings stocked in the reservoir, and this is the first one that we've seen show up in our gill nets. We didn't collect any tiger muskie in our gill nets, but we've had a lot of angler reports of people catching tiger muskie, and in the spring we had several up to 31 inches. So we know they're there. One of our employees in our office has been going up in the evenings and either caught or had hooked into 8 different muskie in one night while fishing the shoreline. So we know they're active. We know they're doing well and getting pretty big in there. So I didn't put a slide about our chub numbers, but we recorded the lowest chub catch rates in the fall that we've ever recorded since 2009 when we started fall gill netting. We were at 41 chubs per net night. 50. This is the first time we're under 50 in the fall. But over the last 3 years, we have been less than 100 chubs per net night for both spring and fall. So 6 gill netting. So we've seen a real drastic drop in our chub numbers. At least the catch rates have really decreased over the last several years with the introduction of the wiper, the tiger muskie, and the walleye. Next slide. I should mention we had fishing reports last week while it was still warm up there at Schofield of anglers catching all 5 species in a day. So they were going up and catching cuts, tigers, and rainbows, and then catching a couple of wiper and tiger muskies too. So with the warmer temperature, the fishing been really good up there. Quite the unique opportunity to catch all those species just by different tactics throughout the day. So. Switching to electric lake, we gill netted electric last week. We were targeting tiger trout and cutthroat, but of course our kokanee are spawning. You can see there on the table, we had really good numbers of kokanee in shallow and ready to spawn. We both had fish in the lake trying to spawn and also up the creeks. So we had both type of strains there trying to spawn at the same time. Good size to them. I think average size is about 15 to 16 inches with some getting up into the 17, 18 inch range there on the table. Good representation of tigers. They range from about 10 inches all the way up to that top one was 22 inches and 3.5 pounds. Anglers have been catching a lot of tiger trout this fall and this summer. And as you can see, some good sized fat fish this fall up there. And we still see some nice cutthroat in the reservoir. We stock 10,000 cutthroat every year in there, and we do still see some nice 16 to 18 inch cutthroat in our fall gill nets. If you're looking for a place to fish right now, both those tigers and cuts were shallow and just clear full of scuds. They were in the weeds eating scuds and just fat fish. So should be pretty good fishing here over the next week or two or a month or so. Next slide, please. Joe's Valley, we netted that last week, and it's a horrible place to fish. Please don't come down. I don't want any more pressure. I wanted the lake to myself, but we're seeing some really good fish. As you can see, that first splake was just over 10 pounds. The next picture in the middle, that single splake, again, was also 10 pounds. We had a third fish that was also over 10 pounds that was netted and released. So really good size and quality splake in the reservoir. Last year, our average size was around 21-inch fish. I expect to be around that 21-inch range again. A lot of big, fat, healthy splake in the reservoir. We have some good muskie this year. Show up in our fall nets. Usually we catch more in the spring when we do a spring netting, but we had a 42, a 39, and a 34 there that were all fat and full of chubs. So they're doing their job. Still seeing some good sized fish and healthy fish with our tiger muskie. And then on the far right, those are rainbow trout. And so we've been stocking fingerling rainbows over, I think this is the 3rd year that we've done it. And those rainbows are up to 14 inches, which is quite the feat right now because of all the predators in there. We can put 20,000 3-inch rainbows and have them return like this is pretty cool. Anglers were catching a lot of them throughout the spring and summer, and our catch rates on our rainbows are probably the same as our as our splake right now. So they're actually pretty prevalent in our gill net. So yeah, Joe's is performing quite well and should be fun ice fishing this year. Next slide. Oh, back in the end of September, we did a electrofishing survey on the right fork of Huntington Creek. This is in cooperation with Pacific Core, and Jordan came out with this as the TU rep and also Blue Ribbon rep. We started off at our middle location on the right fork of Huntington Creek. It is right across the street from the Old Folk campground, the Forest Service campground. That first picture with the cutthroat, that was one of the buckets of fish from that location. Some really nice cutthroat. I want to say they were up to 14, 15 inches. Seen a lot of smaller brown trout that have migrated into that stretch of the river. We're seeing some good quality habitat and feed back in there. And I want to say we were at around a dozen or so fish, maybe 20 fish last year. And this year we were around 60 or better on that stretch of stream with some really fat cutthroat. So really excited to see numbers increasing in that stretch. And then that far right picture with the browns is our upper location right there at the main big bridge below Electric Lake Dam. And our numbers were a little low from last year, but the size and quality of brown trout were much higher. And one thing to note was last year after the 2019 survey through that section, all the beaver dams got blown out. And so it would hold a lot more fish to that section because there was probably a good 24 beaver dams to that stretch of 1.5 miles of river. And for whatever reason, they all got blown out late last fall, early this spring. And so we had fewer numbers, but we've had that stretch of our site that we surveyed change quite a bit because it's not as influenced by the beaver dams as they have been in the past. So, but still seeing quality fish, and appreciate Jordan's help coming out and shocking with this on this project. Next slide. Huntington Creek restoration. We're working on the project. We started a couple weeks ago. We had the contractor at the end of September start installing BDAs, or beaver dam analogs. They're fake beaver dams. If you look at that left picture, you can kind of see some posts sticking up out of those pine browse. Those are pounded in with a hydraulic post pounder across the creek at a certain level. And basically we're making little beaver dams through this tributary to the right fork of Huntington Creek. They did about 30 or so of these dams the first week. That water was really only about 1 inch deep, 2 inches deep before the 2 days or 3 days after they were finished, and we already had 1 to 2 foot pools through this section of stream. So they're up there again this week trying to do another 50 of these, and should wrap up on Friday, tomorrow. And so one of the portions of our big project should be done and looking pretty good. We've had 300 ton of rock delivered for our project on the main stem of Huntington Canyon on Huntington Creek, and our equipment will be delivered on Monday. And so we're going to start doing some major projects and structures into Huntington Creek next week. Spend about 2 weeks working through the main stem of Huntington Creek on that project. So I think that is, go one more slide, Randy. All right, that's all I had on updates for regional waters. If anybody had any questions on that, I can answer, or we can wait till after I go through the blending number 4 stuff.
I guess on Schofield, do you think it's on target for being a candidate water in 2021?
I think it's pretty close. I've always said once we hit every management goal is when I think it would really be a blue ribbon water. Our total catch rates on trout and our gill nets are not quite there. But we've had a lot of anglers up there and a lot of anglers having catching fish. In fact, the day we set our gill nets and pulled was a Thursday and Friday. The parking lots at Schofield were full with boats on a Thursday. There was over a dozen boats out there in the middle of the day, And we've never seen that for years, probably for a decade. So a lot of people are using it, and a lot of people are catching some nice cutthroat and picking the bigger tigers up this year. So I think we're close. I do. It'll be interesting to see if to be evaluated next year if what everyone else thinks. But you definitely can go up there and catch a lot of fish and have potential of 5 different species throughout the day and have a good time.
And following up, angler attitudes as confirmed by state park staff. Have you gotten any feedback from them?
Not necessarily from state parks, but our law enforcement officers have spent a lot of time up there, and we've actually had a lot of people call our office too, just say they're tickled because they can go up there and catch 20, 30 cutthroat in a couple hours and maybe one chub, and pick up a tiger trout or rainbow here and there, and then even a wiper. So a lot of positive attitude from anglers and feedback back to our officers, not necessarily to the state parks.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yep.
Calvin, this is Ken.
Hey, Ken.
I've been limited this year as to what I can do, but I have managed to hit Schofield twice. And both times I caught a lot of fish, but I never caught anything but cuts. We tried bait fishing and that was 0. And then we went to trolling, and we only caught 1 in the slot. The rest were all under the slot. That concerns me a little bit. But anyway, it was fast and furious the first time, and the second time was a little slower. And when we got off the lake, there were several boats there. They hadn't even got a bite, and I don't know why, because we had a good time. But anyway, I think it's getting close, but I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. It's fishing a lot better than what it used to. Like I said, I think once we hit all of our management goals, that was put together with our management team, then I think that's when it's full thumbs up for blue ribbon status. But if you're looking for a place to potentially go catch a lot of fish and fast action, that's going to be a place to go. Ice fishing should be a lot of fun up there this year. All right. If no other questions, I'll go into Blandy number 4 and talk about it as a potential blue ribbon fishery. Here's a map of the area down by Blanding. You can see the town of Blanding and Recapture Reservoir, and then Blanding number 3 and Blanding number 4 reservoirs. The 2 red lines are the most direct route from the highway to get into Blanding number 4. And there are some other little back roadways to get in there, but those are the most direct routes. So next slide, Randy. So this is just a picture of the reservoir from off the dam. It's not super huge, but you can see it's pretty picturesque. This was taken back in early March when I was down there for a meeting with the Blanding City and San Juan County. Spring and fall, especially in the spring, you can really have the reservoir to yourself. You have a lot of people who like to walk around it, but you can have that reservoir to yourself for early spring fishing and have a good time. Next slide. So the reservoir is 32 surface acres. Max depth is 46 feet deep. But I think that depth was before they did some other improvements. And I actually believe it's even deeper than that now, but I'll have to go back through some of the notes and some of our data sheets. But at least in the original document, it was 46 feet deep. There's a boat ramp right as you come into the reservoir from off the top of the hill. There's 2 restrooms, and then there's multiple fishing access points that are, you can drive a vehicle out to the point, or even get a wheelchair or something off, and you have a really steep angle to get down into the water and be able to cast into it. All these projects, the boat ramp, the 1 restroom, and the fishing access points. And also there's a trail around the reservoir for more four-wheel drive, high clearance vehicles, was constructed and provided by the division's heavy equipment crew and our regional office here, and was funded by the Habitat Council. So the division has put in quite a bit of funding to improve access and improve the facilities around Blanding number 4. And they actually get a lot of use during the summer from anglers off those fishing points, and you see quite a few smaller canoes and paddle boats now, especially this year with COVID. You had a lot more recreation out there on this reservoir. So we stock rainbow trout. In our gill nets, the average size is about 12 inches, and we stock 10-inch fish both in the spring and the fall. You can see our stocking numbers there. Nothing's really spectacular, but that's the main species that the local anglers target, are the rainbows. I don't know why, if it's just the ease of bait fishing for rainbows versus targeting some trophy tigers or big largemouth bass, but that's what most anglers are targeting down there. We have some very large tiger trout in the reservoir. Our average size is 23.5 inches and just shy of 6 pounds. All of our gill netting data came from 2016. In the spring, we were scheduled to gill net it again this past spring, but because of travel restrictions with COVID, we weren't able to get down there to do it. So hopefully maybe next year we can do a spring netting down there again and add some new data to our data points here. So, but we stocked 4,500 3-inch tiger trout in there, and they range from 18 inches to 30 something inches, with the largest being 15 pounds in 2016. And then we have largemouth bass. They are all natural reproduction in there. Average fish was just under 15 inches and 2 pounds, but we did have some very large other bigger fish in our gill nets. So Randy, next slide, please. So here's what we collected out of our gill nets in 2016. That larger fish down the bottom was 6 pounds, and you can see our average size fish is 15 inches and 2 pounds. Those are fat fish, and you have some locals that target them, and but you don't have nowhere near the amount of pressure and on these fish, and are very much underutilized in the reservoir. So quality bass fishing. You can see on the other picture to the right, you can kind of see the boat ramp. We had permission to launch our work boats in there to set gill nets, but it is a nice concrete boat ramp, so for kayaks or paddle boards or float tubes or anything like that, and or small flat jet bottom boats with electric motors. So next slide. Couple pictures of the bigger tiger trout we had. The one on the left that I'm holding was 15 pounds, and we were able to release that one. And then the one our officer is holding was 12 pounds, and that one was also released. A friend of mine fly fishes it quite a bit in the fall, and he's caught multiple 10-pound tiger trout out of there also on his fly rod, catch and release, and it can be a good time. Since 2016 and us pulling those bigger tigers out, we have heard of people trying to target them a little more, and we've actually seen more use on the reservoir for ice fishing and trying to pull some big tigers through the ice, but our officers have never heard of anybody catching any yet, but it definitely has increased people targeting them, but not many have caught them quite yet. So I think that's all I have, Randy. Yep, that's all I have on that. I know one time the council asked about the division talking to Blanding city council about allowing motorized boats or boats with motors on the reservoir. And after having some internal discussion in our office with our officers and AIS folks and one of the city employees, we've decided not to make any recommendations to Blanding City about allowing motorcraft with gas engines on the reservoir and keep it as is of electric motors only. We were concerned with it being a culinary water source that um, by allowing a boat to launch that could potentially be in POW the day before or recapture of any size, we'd increase our AIS risk for quagga mussel there. And we felt like keeping it as a small watercraft electric motor only was probably the most appropriate thing for that water body. So at this time, no, we're not going to try to reach out and change any of the motor boat restrictions. So if you have any questions about blending number 4.
I do, Cal. This is Bert. So a couple of questions. I'm hoping to get down there at the very start of this next week. We'll see whether that happens or not. I gather that the boat ramp is probably not, given the restrictions, it probably doesn't see a huge pulse of activity except maybe on the weekends. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yeah.
And then are there other places to hand launch where you can get down? You mentioned it's 4-wheel drive around the perimeter and people walk that, but are there places where you can get to the water relatively easily or?
Yeah, so that road goes around, and along let's see, the eastern shore, there's a couple the angler points that the division built. You can park right there, and there's a little trails off of those. You can get down to the water. It just depends on water levels at the time of year. But one improvement that the city would like to do that they've been talking to me about is improving that trail or the road around the north end of the reservoir. So it's a little easier for cars to get in there. And then discussing about ways to cut down some of the willows on that north end to allow more hand launch availability and access on that north end. So that's a project that I'm currently working with the city council on.
Okay, I'm looking at it on Google Maps right now, and I can see where the willows would be a problem up on the north end. And I do see the areas you're talking about. You mentioned, though, it's kind of steep to get to the water in some places.
Yeah, and those are more on the west side, right off from the restroom there. They're kind of a steep embankment for that first 10, 15 feet, but then it kind of levels out. And again, it all just depends if the reservoir's full or if it's down lower in the water year or not.
It's hard to tell from Google Maps about structure, but I'm curious about where you would recommend chasing bass. I presume that the tigers are just going to be prowling the entire reservoir.
So we see most of the big tigers along the face of the dam. Early morning when there's not much of a wind, you can see schools of 3 to 5 pound tigers cruising only a couple feet off the shore along the rock face. There are some crayfish in there, and so those big tigers are in there feeding off crayfish off the out of those rocks. And so I would definitely target that deeper portion for tiger trout along the dam. The bass, usually in the spring, the reservoir's quite full, and so that whole north side is inundated. All those willows are flooded. And so you usually have them up in there, getting ready to spawn, and you can really target those bass along those willows. And that's where we caught most of them, was the west, east side, and the north side.
And is it inlet stream? It doesn't really look like much. I know there's spring fed, but what about?
So it's piped into there. Right next to the boat ramp to the north is a little channel, and so they pipe water all the way out of Recapture Canyon and up higher by Dry Wash, and it comes out of a pipe and goes down that embankment right there into a little stream, and that's the main water source to come in, is right there by the boat ramp.
Okay, I can see that now. Go ahead.
Oh, and usually in the spring and fall, you can find those rainbows stacked up on that moving water, and that's been pretty good fishing too. Is if you're looking for just numbers, you can catch, a dozen rainbows in about an hour right off of that moving water.
And then sort of extending this, there's been some talk about, and I know it's been met with mixed opinions about trying to somehow make it a 2-for-1 with recapture being added as another target water. I don't know if there's additional thoughts from other members of the council, but Cal, what can you tell us about that concept?
Yeah, recapture is another, I think, underutilized fishery. We have a lot of northern pike down there. I've seen a 20-pounder caught out of there this spring, and but for the most part, there's a lot of 20 to 25-inch pike that we can use a lot of harvest on. Some good quality bass in there. We've seen bass in the 5 to 6 pound range, and the water level seems to be stabilizing a little more in recapture. There's a dry wash reservoir, which is farther up on the mountain, was excavated and enlarged a few years ago. And so they've been able to keep more water in dry wash up there and use that as the irrigation for a lot of blanding and the farms around blanding. And that's kind of been able to stabilize a lot of the water level in recapture. So we don't have the 40 to 50 foot fluctuating water levels like we've seen in the past. And so there's a lot of structure when the reservoir's full. There's a lot of willows and tamarisks and brush that's inundated. But even when it's about 50% capacity, you have great big boulders and a lot of rocky structure for both the bass and pike. We have some great big sunfish and bluegill in there too. And just recently, we've introduced black crappie in there to start to add another species down there. So, and so having a 2 water kind of approach, kind of a destination weekend fishery between blanding number 4 and recapture could be, quite the adventure and opportunity for anglers if they, driving down that far and be able to hit, both waters and have a unique experience. We've started discussions with Blanding City about improving infrastructure around recapture also, at providing a better boat ramp, boat docks, new parking areas and stuff. And so over the next course of several years, 5 years, we're going to be looking at how we can improve those facilities around recapture also.
Clint, does blanding number 4 get drawn down at all, or is it pretty steady because it's culinary water?
It'll get drawn down, but I've never seen it more than 40% capacity, any lower than 40%, because it is their culinary water that they have to usually keep a pretty good pool in there to for use for the city. So it's it can get down there, but nothing like 12 or 18 or 20%. It's usually pretty good capacity.
So you'd expect it down a little this year, but not too bad, even with the drought that we've had.
Yeah. And like I said, usually it fills in the spring, and I see about 50% going into winter. So, and that still gives you about a 30 to 35 foot depth over by the dam in the fall. So there's still plenty of water for fish. I've never heard of any winter kill issues on there.
Thank you.
And blanding number 4 is day use only, I presume, and there's no place to camp right by it, right?
So you cannot camp right at the reservoir, but there is a city park or a county park just over the hill at blanding number 3, so less than a mile away. I've seen camp trailers pulled in there, and as part of the project with this Landing City and recapture, we're looking at potential established campsites at recapture and seeing what we can do there. So potentially there may be an actual campground at recapture in the near future.
Yeah, so that's interesting that they would maybe even allow me to put up a tent at Walter Lyman Park at Blending number 3. I think.
Yeah, I've seen people camp there. I'm not sure what the regulations are, but I've seen quite a few camp trailers and tents right there. And Blinding number 3 has bass and rainbows in there and a few sunfish. So occasionally you hear of a 4 or 5 pound bass in there, but Blinding number 4 has the more numbers and bigger fish.
But there's quite a lot of rough camping, I gather, around both the North Shore and the South Shore of recapture.
Yeah, it's just dispersed camping, and depending on the time of year, the bugs can be bad. But a lot of sandy beaches around recapture, and yeah, definitely a nice place to camp. We usually when we're down there just throw our sleeping bags out on the shoreline and beach the boat and do our netting or electro fishing at night and just sleep on the shores and never have any problems. It's pretty nice place to stay.
And where's the boat ramp on recapture? Is that the old roadbed?
That's the old roadbed. So you can actually launch on either side of the reservoir, on the Monticello side, as we call it, or the Blanding side. So as part of looking at improving infrastructure, is maybe removing the old asphalt and creating an actual concrete ramp, and see if that might be something we could do in the future. But right now, it's just the old road, and on either side of the reservoir.
Yeah, it looks like it's identified as Radio Hill Road on Google Maps, at least. So.
And you can launch small handcraft watercraft all around the reservoir. On the very inlet on the north, kind of be the northeast or east side, you can drive in from the recapture road and drop down in, and we've launched even our 18-foot flat bottom there when the reservoir's high. So you can launch small watercraft anywhere on the reservoir. You can get down to the shoreline.
Calvin, just those pictures you showed of Blending 4, those largemouth bass, they're chunks. I can't believe how fat they are. Is the crayfish, is that the only forage base, or is there something else in there they're eating?
There's crayfish and there's shiners and fathead minnows. And then there's a few sunfish in there too. So there's a lot of feed for them.
Huh.
All right. Any further questions for Cal? All right. I don't hear any. Thank you, Cal. That was great. Yep. And so the next region is the southern region, but I don't want to give Nick a short shrift, but I don't know if he can get started, and then maybe if we need to continue with Nick after lunch. But Nick, how does that sound? You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I was going to kind of do what Calvin did and start out with the general southern region update. So maybe I could do that, and then that'd probably take 5 minutes, and then break for lunch, because then I'll do the Kolob Reservoir update, which probably would take more like 15 minutes to do that full update. Does that sound good, or would you like me to just go through all of it now?
No, that sounds better. Let's go ahead with doing the regional update, and then we'll get into Kolob.
Okay. So yeah, thanks for pulling that up, Randy. So yeah, I'll just start with our general update. The first thing I wanted to mention is that we finished our Boulder Mountain netting. So this was a pretty big undertaking for us. We did the formal management plan in 2014. And so this is a big kind of review of that management plan and trying to decide whether or not it's working the way we want it to, and what adjustments we might need to make. So we netted about, I think it was almost 40 lakes this summer. And hopefully I'll have a report and be able to share some of the results of the netting with you guys in the spring of 2021. And then we'll also try and get the actual committee that made the management plan back together and give results to them. So that was the first thing. Next, we started the Quail Creek Reservoir Angler Survey. So our plan is to do a management plan for the three major lakes in Washington County. So that's Sand Hollow, Gunlock, and Quail Creek. But before we do that management plan, we need to get some data to go into it with, so we have a better idea of exactly what the fisheries look like and what the angler use is like. We were going to do Quail or Gunlock earlier this year, but we canceled that because of COVID. But we've decided to go through with quail, and so far it seems like we're getting pretty normal results. What we didn't want was to do a creel survey that tells us what it's like, what the fishing is like during a pandemic, because that data won't really tell us much if we implement changes with the management plan. We wanted something that was pretty representative of what fishing there is like. And so far, we're not seeing any huge numbers of people from Nevada that aren't in school or anything like that. So I think we're going to get good data from it. The other thing we're doing, I didn't list it as a bullet point, but we're going to be collecting some scales and spines from fish at all three of those reservoirs. And they did Gunlock last night, and next week they'll do Sand Hollow and Quail Creek. And that'll really give us some good information about the actual fisheries. I'm not going to present any data or anything from Gunlock yet. I think I'll wait, and then hopefully at the November meeting we'll have some better results that I can present to you guys. And then the last bullet point on this slide was we did some electrofishing surveys on Otter Creek, so not the reservoir, but the stream just above the reservoir. It's not a blue ribbon fishery right now, but we've talked about it potentially being one in the past, and we're not there yet, but it's one that's probably worth being on people's radar. So that if in a few years we think we've got it to that point where it's ready to be on blue ribbon, maybe some people have fished it. If you're heading down to fish the reservoir, it's worth stopping. There's not a whole lot of fish, but there's just a good number of really nice brown trout. So we saw quite a few fish in kind of the 14 to 18 inch range, and just really solid, no skinny fish, all just really solid looking fish. We'll go to the next slide, Randy. The other update I have is on Fish Lake. We've always kind of got a lot going on at Fish Lake these last few years. We'll start with the picture of the lake trout. So we're doing our lake trout netting this year. We've been doing it every 2 years. And I initially was going to invite the Blue Ribbon Council, anyone who wanted to come down, but with COVID and already having a lot of people wanting to come help from our office, and we just decided if there was anyone who really wanted to, I was hoping you'd email me. Otherwise, we weren't going to kind of put it out and invite people down. But we've done 2 nights. We do 3. So next week we'll do the 3rd. But the initial results look good. So we did the management plan a few years ago, and the main goal of that management plan, there was a lot we wanted to try and accomplish, but the number one goal that the committee came up with was maintaining and improving the trophy lake trout fishery. And the primary way we gauge that is we do this netting in the fall every 2 years, and we look at the number of the large lake trout we catch per net hour. And so we define large as greater than 27 inches. And historically, if we can get in the 2 to 2.5 of those big lake trout per net hour, that's usually a really good sign. That's where we're about where we want to be. And recently we've fallen back to where we're more around 1 of those big lake trout per net hour. In the last 2, so 2018 and 2016, we were still around that 1 large lake trout per net hour. And the management plan calls for getting up to 2.5. And so this was the year we were hoping to see some improvement. And after the first 2 weeks, we're at about 3 of the large lake trout per net hour. So that's an encouraging sign. We'll see what it looks like next week and where we end up. But right now it's looking like some of those management actions we implemented are working. The next picture to the right, so those are some kokanee that are running up Twin Creeks. if you remember, we put in the boardwalk there for kokanee viewing, but then we had the situation where we had the lake trout kokanee, and we didn't really get any fish up there spawning at a time of year when people could be out there viewing. But this year, the kokanee are back in there. We've got enough stream spawners, I think, that will be all right. Going forward, we should always have fish there in the fall, and it's getting a lot of use. There's a lot of people up there looking at the kokanee, so that's a good sign. And then on the bottom, they're set to finish with the lakeside marina this year. So that's a bunch of rock that's stockpiled. They're mobilizing equipment right now, and the plan is to have lakeside all finished by the end of the year. So that's an update on Fish Lake, and I think that's all I had for just our general regional update. If anyone has any questions.
I guess talking about Fish Lake, I keep thinking about the pier, and I was curious what's happened with the plans for the pier.
So I'll double check with Stan and give you another update in November, but I think we're kind of in the same place. Just trying to shore up as much outside money as we can, so that when it comes time to put in project proposals, we know we have the highest amount of money we can from outside sources and have it kind of more firmed up and know exactly what we'll need from like Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council.
And then with respect to the boardwalk and the kokanee there spawning, are there interpretive signs, and did you tag them with Blue Ribbon Fisheries logo?
So we don't have any signs up yet. We plan on getting signs. I'll talk to Stan and see where he's at with those. But yeah, there's a plan to have signs and to have the Blue Ribbon logo on those.
Okay. Other questions for Nick?
Nick, where are you planning on putting the parking for the pier? I ran over to Fish Lake after I got to be up on the boulders with you, and I just looking at their Mackinac Point, there's kind of limited places to put that. Would they just try to fill in a parking lot where those two little meadows are, or have it north and south of the pier, or what's the program at that point?
Yeah, so we would definitely have to expand the parking, and so I think they'll try and increase it where there's already a little bit of parking, and then it may have to go and increase some on the so it would be the west side of the road there. But yeah, we'll definitely, part of that pier would be increasing parking. It just wouldn't work to put that pier in and not have substantially more parking than we have.
Yeah, there's that little meadow that's down, toward Bowery, and I mean, there could be some going there, but if this is going to be an ADA, having folks having to cross the road to get to parking, over toward the Mackinac campground, that might not be quite as exciting, but I guess they could set off some handicap for sure if they expanded that little meadow to I guess it'd be the north, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact details, but I would assume the handicap parking and stuff would stay on the lake side of the road, and so you wouldn't have to cross the road there.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions for Nick on the regional update? Okay, looks like we're about 3 minutes after noon. And that's fine because we started a tiny bit late, but we're scheduled to reconvene, and we will reconvene with Nick talking about Kolob Reservoir at 1 p.m. So I think that'll do it. Have a good lunch and see you all back at 1.
Same access code to dial in, Randy?
Yeah, look at the same access code for everything.
Okay.
All right. Have a good lunch, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. This is Thursday, October 15th, 2020. We will continue with candidate water reports and regional updates, regional reports. Before the break, we had Nick Braithwaite telling us about what's going on in the southern region, and he is now going to give us an update on what has happened with Kolob Reservoir. Kolob is one of our 2020 candidate waters. And Randy's launching the slides, so go ahead and take it from here, Nick.
All right, thanks for pulling that up and running the presentation, Randy. So Kolob Reservoir, I wanted to start with just kind of some background information and summary of where we've been with it. I feel like there's probably a lot of council members who aren't that familiar with Kolob. So it's about 250 acres, 8,000 feet elevation. It's owned and operated by the Washington County Water Conservancy District. So they're the group that basically controls water for Washington County. And they've been a really good partner to work with. We work with them quite a bit, especially our native fish crew works with them a lot. So Kolob has always been a popular fishery. It historically was just managed as kind of a put and take, general regulations. We'd stock rainbows, people would harvest them out that same year. But eventually that kind of became cost prohibitive. And so in the 90s, they shifted to artificial flies and lures, and only one fish over 18 inches, I believe, was what you could harvest. And that was 1998 that regulation change took place. And it was successful in some ways, but also caused some issues. So it worked pretty well in that, it solved the problem of not being able to keep fish in there. It grew some pretty nice fish. And those larger fish were able to compete with some golden shiner that had become a problem in there and forage on the golden shiner. So that was good. The issue was that there was a growing number of anglers who wanted to harvest some fish there as well and wanted to use bait. And so there were kind of some competing angler interests. So in 2009, we put together a committee to come up with a formal management plan. So the committee had kind of a broad representation. There was someone from the Water Conservancy District on there, several anglers, I think a representative for the local cabins homeowners association. So just a variety of different people on that committee to try and represent every stakeholder. And so if you'll go to the next slide, Randy. So that committee came up with a plan. And so there was a question earlier about the management plans. And so we always kind of have, any water we manage, we kind of internally will have an idea of how we're managing it, what we're planning to do with it, what we're trying to accomplish. But then some of our kind of more popular or bigger waters will do one of these formal management plans. So we get the public committee. They come up with goals, strategies, and objectives. So that's kind of the hierarchy. We start off with what are the goals, what are we trying to accomplish, and then we come up with strategies or management tools to try and figure out how we can achieve those goals. And then we set measurable objectives that we can go out and collect data on and measure and determine if we're meeting those goals or if we need to adjust our strategies or adjust the goals. So the goals for the Kolob Reservoir Management Plan, these are taken right from the plan. So there were three main goals, and one was to maintain a natural self-sustaining fishery. Another was to maintain biological control of golden shiners. And the third was to increase angler catch and harvest rates. So those were the goals. And then the main strategy or management tool that was implemented was a regulation change. So that shifted from it was one fish over 18 inches, or by that time it might have been 20 or 22 inches. No artificial flies and lures only, so very little harvest. and they shifted that to kind of a slot limit. So 2 trout under 15 inches or over 22 inches. All trout between 15 and 22 must be immediately released. So that's pretty similar to slot limits you've seen at other waters. Kind of the quirky regulation change was we essentially allowed bait fishing from Memorial Day through Labor Day, so our kind of busier summer months, and then artificial flies and lures only during the fall, winter, and early spring. And so that last part of the regulation change is a little bit more of a social component than a biological component. So basically, there are a group of kind of those competing interests with anglers I talked about earlier. This was a way to try and satisfy both of them. And so far, or we felt like it was working pretty well. And I'll go through, if you'll go to the next slide, Randy, I'll go through all these goals and the objectives. And so that first goal, to maintain a natural self-sustaining fishery. So one of the objectives was to maintain the fishery with minimal stocking, which they put at less than 5,000 fish per year. So that table shows the stocking that occurred after the management plan was implemented. We were over that 5,000, but anytime we were over, those were either excess fish that we had, or there was a short period of time where we thought about using Kolob Reservoir as a brood source for Colorado River cutthroat. So some of those years where we had higher numbers were us putting in some Colorado River cutthroat. We've since kind of abandoned that plan, but basically we met that objective. We were able to maintain the fishery without a lot of stocking. And I should mention those are fingerling fish that are going in, so about 3 or 4 inches. If you'll click one more time, Randy. The second objective that we measured was maintain a gill net catch rate of 45 trout per net night. So we go out and set our nets. This is the number of trout we're catching in each net per night. So you can see from the graph, we were kind of hovering around that 45 to 50 trout per net night range. It varied, but typically more cutthroat than rainbow, but basically we were meeting that objective. You'll click one more time, Randy. The third objective that went with that goal was to maintain 50% of catch as adult spawners are greater than 15 inches. So we weren't meeting that objective. You can see there we were always well below that 50% mark, but in terms of this goal, it didn't really matter because we were able to maintain that high catch rate with the minimal amount of stocking. And Kolob Reservoir is a little unique in that we're able to get a lot of natural recruitment. And as long as we have some limit on harvest, that natural recruitment is able to really keep the fishery going. So even though this number of fish greater than 15 inches was below the objective, we felt like we were still meeting the goal. You'll click one more time, Randy. The second goal was to maintain biological control of golden shiners. So they kind of long been a nagging problem in the fishery, basically acting like Utah chub do in some of our other fisheries, just high numbers out competing the trout. So that was why this was a goal. Like I mentioned, we weren't really maintaining a high number of, or a 50% of fish greater than 15 inches. And then they also had the objective of 5% or more greater than 20 inches. And so this graph here shows that percent greater than 20 inches. And so we were falling short on that one as well. But we felt like we were still meeting the goal because in all the sampling we did since 2010, we only ever found one golden shiner, a single golden shiner in all that netting. So the golden shiners weren't an issue at all. And I'll mention that we've typically done spring netting at our reservoirs, and we always felt like we were missing some of the bigger fish in our surveys. And I'm not sure if it was we were missing some of the cutthroat that were running up the stream or what, but based on our fishing experiences and reports we get, and we know a lot of people who fish it quite often and would catch bigger fish than what we'd see in our nets. So I'm not sure these percent greater than 15 and percent greater than 20 were really captured in our spring gill netting. And you'll see later, but we're thinking about kind of moving more to a fall netting to see if we can account for that. You'll move to the next slide, Randy. So the third objective, or the third goal, was to increase angler catch and harvest rates. And so two of the objectives that went along with that were the same: maintain a gill net of a catch rate of 45 trout per night. So here's the same graph. So we're achieving that. Provide an opportunity for anglers interested in harvesting trout. So that was accomplished just by changing the regulation. So it allowed it allowed more harvest, especially during those summer months. And then if you'll click one more time, Randy. And so then two more objectives were to maintain an angler catch rate of 0.75 fish per hour and maintain a harvest rate of 0.25 fish per hour. And so this graph shows the years we've done creel surveys at Collab Reservoir. So the catch rate went up a little bit after those. So we did a survey in 2009, just before the management plan was implemented. And then the next one was 2013. And so you can see catch rate went up slightly. Harvest rate didn't really change. So we were just below the angler catch rate objective, but close enough. I think it was 0.65. We're close enough that we weren't too worried about that. And then harvest rate was low, but we still felt like people were catching fish. They were just choosing not to harvest them. So even though we didn't reach that objective, we felt pretty good about things. If you'll click one more time, Randy. So we didn't have an objective or anything tied into angler use, but just so you guys can get a sense of what type of use we see at Collab Reservoir. So here's the total angler hours that we've seen May to September in our angler surveys. 1991, 1996 used kind of a different method for calculating the statistics and everything. So it compares well, but I'm not sure how exact. 2000, 2009, and 2013 were all collected the exact same way. So those are pretty, you can compare those much better. And so we saw an increase in 2013 back close to what it was in 2000. That 2009 was real low, but we did 3 or 4 creel surveys right in that 2009, 2010 timeframe, and all had really low angler hours. And I'm more and more convinced after looking through data and everything that was tied into the financial crisis around that time. But anyway, that gives you an idea of the angler hours we're seeing. If you'll click one more time, Randy. So to kind of, this isn't a perfect comparison, but it gives you an idea, it gets you in the ballpark of what we're seeing. So Lost Creek Reservoir that you've gone and fished recently and talked a lot about. So they did a creel survey there in 2012, and we really saw pretty similar numbers. Their survey went year round, and the Collab was just May to September. So the total hours that are lower, but hours per acre are pretty similar. So we're probably right in that same area. It may have increased at Lost Creek, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure what it is at Collab right now. We don't have any plans. It'll probably be at least 2 or 3 years before we do another creel survey. But you can see similar catch rates at the time. One big difference is, like with all our waters, we do get a lot of non-resident anglers, especially from Nevada and California. You'll go to the next slide, Randy. So that was where we were at with Collab. We felt like we were doing pretty good hitting the management objectives and achieving those goals. But then in 2018, we did our spring gill netting, and we found 2 green sunfish and 1 bluegill. That was a little concerning, but like I mentioned, it's a high elevation, 8,000 feet, pretty cold reservoir. So we were willing to kind of wait and see what happened with the green sunfish and bluegill at that point. But then later in the summer in 2018, we just started getting reports of yellow perch. So we went up and set a couple gill nets and did some seining and electrofishing. And what we found were there were already a lot of yellow perch in there in multiple size classes. It was really surprising how quickly they came on. And so we don't know for sure where they came from. I mean, the most likely scenario is somebody took a lot of fish from Fish Lake and moved them over. It's almost certainly somebody just moving them on their own. But once we had that problem with the perch, we decided to treat it that fall. There were two main reasons. One was that the Water Conservancy District, they needed to drain the reservoir to do some repair work on the dam within the next few years anyway. So they could drain it down, and that made it much easier and much cheaper to treat. And then we also wanted to do it quickly to avoid giving whoever stocked them the opportunity to catch the yellow perch, to try and reduce that as an incentive in the future. If they never get a chance to fish for them, then maybe they'll be less likely to move them in the future. So anyway, if you'll go to the next slide, Randy. So we treated it in the fall of 2018. We felt like it was a successful treatment. It was pretty straightforward. It wasn't very complicated. We netted it again after the treatment in the fall and in the spring. Did some seining. We never could find any fish, so we deemed it a successful treatment. No need for a second one, and we restocked in 2019. And the plan was to basically reestablish the fishery as it was before. So it ends up kind of being an interesting, we get a lot of natural recruitment, like I said, so we end up with a lot of rainbow, cutthroat, and hybrids. So we just stocked with a lot of everything kind of in 2019, rainbow, Bonneville cutthroat, Colorado cutthroat, tiger trout, brook trout. We'd always had a few brook trout in there, but the tigers were new, and we decided to put in a few more brook trout as well when we were restocking in 2019. So overall, I think we put in about 50,000 fish. And now we've dropped back to basically kind of what our quota was before the treatment, which is 5,000 fingerling rainbow trout. If you'll go to the next slide, Randy. So we've been doing gill net surveys in the fall and spring. So like I mentioned, we didn't catch any fish in the fall of 2018 and spring of 2019. So that was good. That means it was a successful treatment, and it means that hopefully no one's put any undesirable or illegally stocked fish back in there. So the first fish we captured were in the fall of 2019, and then we did spring and fall this year as well. We go to the next slide, Randy. I'll go through some of the results. So this first one is showing that fish per net night that I mentioned earlier. So the management objective was to be at 45. So it looks like we're back in that range. So on the right there, that 2019, so that's a spring netting. The first 2020, that's a spring, and then the last bar there is 2020 fall. So I'm not sure exactly how the fall will correlate with the spring netting, but I feel pretty confident in saying that in terms of number of fish, we're back right in the range where we were before the treatment. You'll go to the next slide, Randy. So here's
hey guys, Larry's back. Sorry, I'm a little late.
No problem. So the next slide here shows a length histogram. So this is the length of the fish. It's a little hard to see, but basically it clumps the fish by different discrete size intervals. So 2018 up at the top, so that's a pretty typical length distribution that we would see before the treatment. So you can see a lot of we kind of have a group there that's coming on kind of between 9 and 12 inches. And then we have a group or fish that are in the slot limit that tend to be kind of protected by that regulation. And so we had a lot of cutthroat and rainbow and not very many tiger and brook trout in 2018. And then if you look at 2019, so this would be our fall netting. So you can see a big number of rainbow trout there, kind of around the 8 or 9 inch size range. And those would probably be the fingerlings that were stocked at 3 or 4 inches in June. And then you can see another little group that would be the catchables that are more in that 12 inch range, 12 to 13 inch range. And then if you look down at 2020, you can see we're getting closer to that 2018 distribution, but we're not quite there yet. We've got a few tiger trout you can see that are up in that 15 to 20 inch range. A bunch of tiger trout in the 10 to kind of 15 or 14 inch range. I would have liked to see a few more of those rainbow trout move up from 2019 to 2020 from about 9 inches to 12 inches. But there were some there. I'm not sure. I'm not too worried about it. This year was a weird year. I would have been interested to know what we got for harvest. With COVID, we definitely got a lot more pressure, and so I don't know if we got more harvest or if that isn't significant. But that's one possibility. But in general, I mean, we've got a good group of, especially tiger trout. You can see the fall of 2020 going into next year, and there's tons and tons of crayfish in the lake. I think next year we'll end up with a lot of really nice tiger trout, and hopefully some decent rainbow. And I should mention we only saw 3 cutthroat in the 2020 netting, but I'm not sure why that is. Angler reports were that people were catching more cutthroat than anything else. So for whatever reason, they just didn't seem to show up in the net. If you go to the next slide, Randy. So these graphs show kind of similar information on length and then give you an idea on weight. So they're box plots. So they're showing, so if you look kind of the middle line that connects the dark gray and the light gray boxes, that's the median. And then you have 25th percentile and 75th percentile. And then the whiskers are 95th and 5th percentile. So it basically just gives you an idea of where the fish, how that size and length spreads out. And this is for all trout in each of these sampling events. So you can see that in 2019 to 2020, we increased about 2 inches in median length, and then from 1/3 pound to 1/2 pound in weight. So you can kind of see that we're moving in the right direction. I think in the next year or two, we'd be up to where we are long term. And long term just means 2010 to 2018. So since the management plan was implemented. Then we go to the next slide, Randy. So that was all the data I have. It'd be nice if we had some creel data, but like I said, that's probably not going to happen for at least another 2 or 3 years. So in summary, the abundance is, I feel confident saying that the number of fish is the same as it was before the treatment. They're definitely not up to the same size, but I feel like they'll get there most likely next year and for sure within 2 years. Like I mentioned, there's that group of tiger trout and some rainbow that next year, with all those crayfish and everything, they should move up into the 15 to 22 inch size and have some really nice fish. So that's kind of the data and where we're at with the fishery. And so to me, it seems like it fits as a blue ribbon fishery, but to me, that's really a question for you guys. I want to provide you with the best data I can, but it's up to you guys to decide whether or not you want it to become a blue ribbon fishery again. If you're comfortable with it being a blue ribbon before the treatment, I feel like we're back there. We will be back there next year. I know there's been some talk about reevaluating. If you feel like you need to do that, that's fine as well. But I'll happily answer any questions or come back to you next year with more data if you need it.
Questions for Nick?
Hey, this is Rex. Nick, this looks like really encouraging data. I'm kind of wondering if maybe we ought to put CoLab on our schedule like we did Lost Creek this year for September for evaluation, because we just don't have the potential for getting a really nice big fish there yet. I mean, the numbers are there, but they're really something that a chance to catch a really nice fish just doesn't look like it's back, at least this year, possibly by next fall. And, maybe this is one that we go, hey, this is our outing lake for, next year. And if we all kind of planned ahead because September, October would be a good time to go down there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely the best times to fish it are right after ice off, and then in the fall, and that would be totally reasonable. The one thing I worried about with Kolob was kind of what happened with Gunlock, and it wasn't too bad. But if we treat a reservoir or a lake, and then it comes back, and we're a little slow getting it relisted because we haven't had enough people fish it, we can miss out on some really good fishing, and Gunlock is in that right now. I mean, it's phenomenal fishing at Gunlock right now. But with what we saw, we're not there. We're not in that danger area with Kola. We're not going to have, I think it'll be good fishing next year, but it's not going to be phenomenal, and we'll miss out on having it as blue ribbon. So if you wanted to wait a year and try and get some people down to fish it next fall, I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
My concern was it just didn't look like, I mean, the middle range just looks marvelous to me, but when you looked at the data from the 10 to 18, there were definitely some bigger outliers that gave you some potential that just isn't there yet. At least that was my perception. So that's my input.
No, that's fair.
Hey, Nick, just curious about Pear Lake. Has there been discussion with you guys about adding an additional solar panel or aerator or something this fall?
Yeah, so I was actually up there with Mike Jensen earlier this week, looking at it and trying to decide what to do. And I talked to the manufacturer. And anyway, the plan now is we'll have to get you to come out with us 2 days, but we're going to try and go in there in December and take a look at exactly where the sun is to figure out where we might move the aerator. We're worried we're losing some solar input on a ridge line, and see if there's somewhere we could move the aerator. We're also going to take in a member of the management plan committee that made the management plan. He works for UDOT as an electrician and does their solar powered signs, and take him in there and have him look at it and see what he thinks. And then we'll also do some hook and line samplings at Blind Lake. But we're hoping after we do that trip in December, we'll have an idea of what we need to do to get that one at Pear functioning, because they're working everywhere else. It's just Pear that we're still having the issues.
That sounds great. Yeah. Like, just for the council's information, my son sent me some pictures from their work on Gunlock last night. Like Nick says, the fish are doing amazing in Gunlock. If anybody needs to get down there and do some fishing, now's the time.
Nick, this is Ken. Is Kolob Reservoir, are you able to put a boat on there?
Yeah, it's got a good launch ramp. It's got a dock that you tie your boat to. It's not real big, but you can comfortably launch a boat there. People launch kayaks and stuff there. There's not a campground there, but there's dispersed camping. There's a dirt road that goes around about 80% of the shoreline. There's restrooms. There aren't RV hookups or anything, but there's a water source there. So there's pretty decent facilities at Kolob.
Got a question for you, Nick. So when you came back in at Kolob after doing the roadrunner treatment, you came back with a little bit different species composition. So you brought the tigers and the brook trout in there, which you didn't have, at least recently, historically. My question is, do you anticipate that that's going to have any influence on how this fishery looks down the road, and maybe have some impact on it being a blue ribbon fishery?
We're hoping it won't be. I mean, they're not going to significantly change it. We're hoping they'll utilize the crayfish a little more, and really just add a different species. We've always had a few brook trout in there that could grow to be pretty big. But yeah, we'll have to watch the tiger trout and make sure we're not hurting our rainbow and cutthroat fishery, because it is kind of nice that we get so much natural recruitment there.
I guess I was interested in changes in forage species to allow these fish to grow bigger. So it sounds like switching to crayfish. I don't know how effective that is, whether that's going to be going to allow for as large a fish in the future?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how much golden shiner were ever really a prey source for them. They're kind of just a few years that their numbers really bumped up, and they happened to be when the management plan committee got really worried about them. But we really didn't see them in there at all. Like I mentioned, we only saw one since 2010. So for all of 2010 to 2018, there were just as many crayfish in there as there are now, and so they were living on invertebrates, and those crayfish, and then zooplankton and some scuds and stuff from 2010 to 2018, and that hasn't changed at all. So it's not like we had a big prey source in the golden shiners that we've lost. That was never a big component. We were more worried about them overtaking and out competing with some of the smaller fish.
And what about during the treatment? Did you see shiners then?
No. We saw lots of very small green sunfish, but I just don't know that was. I don't know how There's no way to know. There's a small possibility. We'd always had a few green sunfish in there producing some juveniles that were a source of forage, but I doubt it was significant. I think the green sunfish and bluegill were more recent.
Nick, this is Ken again. Are your brook trout, are they triploided or?
I don't think so. I think they're just diploid, but yeah, because I'm sure in the past we had diploid in there, and for some reason they just never seemed to do as well spawning.
Nick, it's Brian Anderson. Speaking of spawning and natural recruitment, is that recruitment happening in the lake or in the tributaries? And what are the tributaries? And do they maintain kind of good flow in drought years to let the eggs hatch into alvin and fries and get back to the reservoir? How does the natural recruitment occur?
Yeah, so they'll spawn, and there's a stream that feeds into the lake that's perennial. So yeah, it'll be full of cutthroat and rainbow trout in the spring. They'll spawn there. They'll hatch, and we don't have any issues. There's also a pipeline that the Water Conservancy District has. They pipe in some outside water into the lake, so you get some fish stacking up at that pipeline trying to spawn. But yeah, in fact, we were getting to the point 2017, 2018, where we were getting a little bit worried that maybe the numbers were getting too high. We were getting too much recruitment, kind of like we had at Red Creek or Paraguna Reservoir. But yeah, it's just, you can see it. There's a small stream that feeds into the lake that they're spawning in.
I was going to circle back to Ken's question real fast. I looked it up. Richard's actually requesting triploids for the bird.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any further questions for Nick, either regarding Kolob or the southern region? We're at, I guess that's it. Thank you, Nick. We're at 1:30. We were meant to move on to outreach, but we still have two regions to cover for regional reports, Central and Northeast. We're going to be joined here at some point by Don Wiley, and we might want to break to introduce him. I note that Russ Lawrence joined us somewhere in the morning session, and I don't know that I had mentioned that earlier on. So welcome, Russ, our Northern Region rep. So I guess unless there are objections, let's move on with the Central Region report. And I gather Ken will be giving that because I see Jackie's off hunting or something. She's out. So carry on, Ken.
Yes. I did not get any reports too much until just a minute ago, but I did go to the Jordan L. gill netting, and there was some really nice fish taken out of Jordanelle. Lots and lots of kokanee up into the 20-inch class. Some really big wipers. Some chubs, not as many as I've seen in the past. The bass were good. Everything looked good for Jordanelle. On the central region, Chris just sent me a note saying that they had finished Deer Creek gill netting last week, and they saw lots of nice walleye and fat rainbows. And and then I'm not sure of this. It says we've been stocking several thousand cutthroat the last 2 weeks and have about 80 of them in right now. Mike and I have finished a barrier on the Nebo Creek a couple of weeks ago. So I'm guessing they were putting the fish in Nebo Creek, but I really don't know. And they're trying to get a team together to do a little bit of work on Diamond Fork this fall, but are having a little bit of trouble because of the COVID issues. And hopefully they'll still be able to do some restoration work there. I haven't been able to go out to the reservoirs. I went to Strawberry once. I did go to Jordanelle once and got skunked. And that's and twice to Schofield, and that's my limit this year. So I haven't done a whole lot of stuff, but I hear that Strawberry's catching a lot of big cuts and doing really good, and Deer Creek has been told that it's coming on really good right now. And that's about all I have.
Okay, thank you. I know TJ Silklos at Lost Creek mentioned that he had been fishing Strawberry pretty regularly and been doing really well. I mentioned this at the start of the meeting. If you haven't had a chance to watch Jackie's presentation on the Provo River, I encourage you to do so. She covers both electrofishing surveys that were done last fall on the middle, and also the creel survey and angler satisfaction survey. And she actually covers both the middle and the lower, and so it's well worth watching. I thought it was nicely done. And I guess if there are any other questions about Central, any last questions about Central Region? I don't know if Jordan wants to tell us anything more about flows on the lower reach of the lower Provo. If there have been any updates there?
Not a lot. I went and measured flows. They bumped them up. They got them to 20 CFS for us this year, even though our agreement was for 25. They did cut deliveries to 80% at the end of the season, so that's part of the reason why that was lower. But also there was just some misunderstandings. This is year one of an agreement that is not typical, and so we're still kind of working through how to administer that flow through there. But otherwise, it worked fairly well. I mean, we had a whole lot more water in there than we otherwise would have. So
that's great. All right, thank you. All right, if there are no more questions about the Central Region, we'll move on to the Northeast Region, and I'm not sure who would be giving that.
I think that's going to fall on me here unless somebody else has anything. Natalie sent me an email. I'm just going to present her email. You guys can read the words, but there's some pictures in there as well. So let's see if I can blow it up a little bit here. Okay, hopefully you can see that. So it says on October 13th, the Northeastern Region staff conducted a population estimate at one station and spot shocking for presence and absence of fish along the Strawberry River in the burn scar areas. We saw small browns at all 3 locations. We found some very nice big browns at 2 locations. We saw some stocked Colorado River cutthroat, a few days, and a single small mountain whitefish. Garn will update you more in November. There's much to talk about. So I think she sent a couple pictures from their surveys. Pretty nice brown coming out of there. Okay, so the next one, Pelican is a conservation pool with a maximum depth of 8 feet right now. We stocked 10,000 more largemouth bass fingerlings last month. The harsh windstorms are really battering the exposed shorelines of Pelican right now, causing turbidity to increase drastically with each storm we have. There's real-time data from DEQ buoy on the Pelican Lake. We can watch turbidity climb with every windstorm. I'm working on a project to address this in lake wave action that's causing these issues. Stay tuned for more onto this into the future. So I think she's showing kind of a windstorm, I'm assuming right here, and this big spike of turbidity. And I'm assuming she's showing kind of the water conditions and how cloudy it is in this picture. And I'm going to guess that's some of the largemouth bass I stocked. Okay, so starvation Fwin, so that's fall walleye index netting, is happening October 15th and 16th. So it's this week. It continues next week on the 19th and 20th. Water level is 70% capacity, lowest survey elevation for this survey to date. Bioenergetic work is coming along. I hired a tech with the Blue Ribbon dollars you all helped provide. He's been stellar data collection and lab work for this project. He's nearly through all the summer diet processing, much more work to be done, but it's off to a great start. Big thanks to Skylar at the Fisheries Experiment Station for his help on this. And then I think the last thing she has is Red Fleet's been producing some nice fish. I caught these this fall. Next June or September would be a good time to come fish it. We saw young year perch, crappie, and bluegill this year during surveys. So a couple pictures from her, and I think that's all she's got. Sounds like Trin and Garn are going to be providing the updates in November. I think Trin has got some Pelican stuff that she wants to talk about at the next meeting. So anyway, that's what Natalie sent me for the Northeast.
All right. We'll talk about candidate waters in just a second. Have we been joined by Don Wiley yet? I don't see him on our list.
I don't see him either. He may have been about 2 o'clock. I think maybe he was targeting getting on. I just thought maybe we'd run closer to that too with the water updates.
Okay. Well, the next thing on the agenda is outreach plans. And I don't know, Randy, did you want to change that around with scoring, or what would you like to do?
Let's go ahead and do the outreach stuff right now, and then we'll wait for Don to get on. I think Don could sit on for a few minutes. He's not in a huge hurry. I just didn't want him to sit for hours and hours while we were talking about other stuff.
Well, as you all note from the original agenda, we were to be joined today by Crystal Ross and Mark Martinez, and we were going to talk more, especially about Blue Ribbon's Facebook presence, but other sorts of aspects of the outreach plan going forward. They couldn't make it. It was kind of a last minute thing, but Randy has, I'm sure, plenty to tell us about what's going on with outreach. So I'll let Randy take it from here.
Yeah, I'll kind of give you an update. So we've talked about a Blue Ribbon Facebook page for a little bit of time. And I approached our outreach section, I think last month after our last meeting, I guess our August meeting, and talked to them a little bit about this idea of us having a Facebook page. And what I wanted to do is see how they could maybe help us with this page and see if there's any tips, particularly Crystal can give us to make this page operate just efficiently and get the maximum benefit that we could out of it for Blue Ribbon. Anyway, outreach came back to me with the idea of them increasing the amount of Blue Ribbon stuff that they put on the main Division of Wildlife Facebook page. I think their argument for that is if we did that, that would mean that the Division of Wildlife, so our outreach section, would be the ones really administering it and being responsible for a lot of the content that's produced. So it takes a little bit of work off of our shoulders for actually making high quality content since you have their staff doing it for us. The other benefit of doing this is I don't know how many Facebook followers the division has, but it's a large number. So it gives us within the Blue Ribbon the opportunity to tap into the division's Facebook following and get kind of the Blue Ribbon message out. So that's kind of the counter offer that our outreach section put my direction. What I talked to them about was them coming to this or today's meeting and then starting to talk a little bit about some of the details of how we would pull that off. And then unfortunately there was a little bit of miscommunication and they can't make it to today's meeting. So what I thought we would do today is kind of still do what we were going to do just without outreach here. And that really kind of boils into getting into a schedule for the release of Facebook content. So I think what the outreach section really wanted us to do was to, come up with some regular calendar that we would post material following. So it might be something like we announce our meetings, every third Monday of the month. So, a handful of days before our monthly meetings. They suggested the idea of us doing maybe a water of the month, a blue ribbon water, have that kind of advertised and highlighted. And we'd have some kind of schedule, I'd show up. I'm just making up a date, but the second Tuesday of the month, something like that. And then, maybe the possibility of a third posting, which could be like a blue ribbon project of the month that gets highlighted. And again, that'd be tied to some date, it shows up the fourth Thursday of the month, or, whatever fits into the calendar for outreach and works for us. So that's kind of the idea that they had. Anyway, what I wanted to do was discuss that a little bit more and kind of flesh it out a little bit, just so with the idea that we can maybe have our ducks in a row for when outreach actually does join us, that we actually have something kind of on paper that we can present their direction and talk about a little bit. So let's see if I could blow this up too. Okay, so as I kind of mentioned earlier, outreach proposed to regularly post some blue ribbon content on the DWR Facebook page. They would somehow brand that content in some way that helps it stand out. So it'll help to show that it really is a blue ribbon related topic. So probably extensive use of the blue ribbon logo and some other things. And what they would like to do is develop a schedule for posting that, because they have some kind of calendar that's filled out and some schedule they follow internally for how they post content on the division Facebook page. So what they wanted to do was work with us a little bit on coming up with our schedule so we could plug it into their schedule. I guess before we get into developing a schedule, I guess I'll just ask, does anybody have any questions, or does anybody have any concerns with doing that before we move forward? Is everybody okay with us just tapping into the division Facebook page and getting some regular blue ribbon posts, which is something we haven't done historically on the division Facebook page?
Jordan.
Oh, go ahead.
I would advocate for that. They have the capacity and the viewership that we're just not going to have. I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'm open to what other people have to say, but when they made their case for it, I thought that sounded really good. They were making a case for how at best we were probably only going to get, a small fraction of the number of followers that they have currently on their Facebook page. So this gives us a way to really reach out broadly.
Another thing, just the structure of Facebook. So you can keep track of posts if there are relatively few posts. So pulling blue ribbon from the main DWR page makes it easier for people to go back through blue ribbon posts on the blue ribbon page. In other words, why not harvest content from the division page, make it easier to find in the blue ribbon only page? So that was my thinking. Looks like Greg wants to add something.
Well, I was going to say, just to clarify what you're talking about, Bert, just make sure I understand correctly, but this is kind of based on conversations we've had. We would maybe talk about posting stuff regularly on the division page, but then creating our own Facebook page, which really we have some already. So we would tap into one of those and have it just exclusively show the blue ribbon stuff that's shown on the division page. So we wouldn't be developing new content. We would just have a page exclusively with blue ribbon content. Does anybody else have anything? I should point out that when I'm presenting, I can't see people, so I can't tell if you're raising your hands or anything like that.
Randy, this is Rex. I think going out and particularly doing a blue ribbon water, this would be a really good way for us to interact with each of the regions, because we could kind of on a rotating basis go through our 5 regions, and some regions, if we stayed on that same schedule, you would at least have a blue ribbon fishery from each of the regions twice a year, and some of them would get 3 times a year. And this would be a good way, not only for us to, kind of get folks out on those blue ribbon fisheries, but it would also give us an idea of are there other blue ribbon waters out there that we should take a look at as we look at each region of which water we're going to do, and gives us an opportunity to interact with the biologists on the regional level of which, stream, lake, whatever they would like to highlight for that particular month. And they would know months ahead of time, because we can just set up that schedule. I'm very much for putting it on the main page. I agree with Jordan.
Yeah, and this was one that Outreach brought forward to us. They liked the idea of having just a water of the month, and I like the idea of just rotating this. So each region would do, I don't know, two or three a year, something like that. But I think it'd be a good way to get through our blue ribbon waters. And honestly, I mean, we've got such a number of blue ribbon waters that we could cover every one in a period of 3 or 4 years, something like that. So I think that's kind of good, getting them up there regularly. Anybody
Yeah.
else?
Randy, I just wanted
Yeah.
to chime in. I would agree with Rex and Jordan. I think you're going to get much better exposure. I don't know if we need a vote to do this or not, but my vote is to do it.
How about we'll just say, if you got concerns with us doing that, speak up right now.
I think it's a great idea, and I think it's consistent with our mission to promote waters in all 6 corners of the state, and thereby support, economic development in the outlying regions by potentially increasing visitorship to some of these waters. The other thing that naturally comes to mind for content is when new waters make the list, basically, when we conclude our evaluation process and either add new waters to it or add back waters where there's been a problem in the past, that blue ribbon funds have gone towards basically correcting the problem. And so, there are lots of examples of that. In some cases, the problems are man-made. In some cases, they're wildfire and the like. So I would say featuring new waters, new blue ribbon or newly returned blue ribbon waters makes sense too.
Well, and one of the things, when we were going over what we wanted to do with outreach, I pulled out our list of wants and needs and stuff that we thought. And one of the things it says is ensure all DWR employees are aware of the Blue Ribbon program. If blue ribbons on that main DWR site, that helps us make more DWR people aware of it. And then right now we wanted to expose, our number 3 goal was expose 3 people annually to the Blue Ribbon Fisheries via in-person events. Well, we can't do that right now, but we can reach a lot of people on our Facebook page if it's the main page.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a great way to reach out to additional people and, accomplish some of those goals that we have within our outreach plan. So just to kind of address what you said, Bert, I'm kind of taking notes here, but I thought Blue Ribbon Water of the Month on some rotating basis, but then maybe we leave some room toward the end of the year when it comes to the calendar, because we vote on new waters at the end of the year. A couple gaps where we could slip in the new waters and highlight them, right after we make them blue ribbon.
Yeah, there's also, you could develop content around ice fishing as well. That's one of our most popular in-person seminars in the past. So you could even think, right around December to start talking about blue ribbon fisheries in different regions that ice fish well, for example. And then tied to that, the major ice fishing tournaments that happen, Fish Lake, etc. Sounds like East Canyon's become a regular thing too.
Yeah, I do think that's one component. As we work out a calendar for highlighting waters, we probably want to highlight them during a month that they're fishing well. So I think that is one consideration.
And actually, you can build a calendar in Facebook. So that's an obvious place to put that kind of calendar specific, date specific information.
Okay, so Outreach is offering up basically 2 to 4 posts a month for us on their Facebook page. So I think we have some broad agreement on one of them being just a water of the month. And again, this would be pre-scheduled. So this would be something like, the first Tuesday of the month or whatever is when the water would be highlighted. So we would work with Outreach on whatever date that they're going to slip that in, but at least it would let us put something on the calendar and know when that's going to be highlighted. But that leaves open, the option for another post, 2 posts, maybe even 3 posts going up per month. Does anybody else have any ideas of what we could do? So this would be different than a water of the month, but other blue ribbon kind of stuff that we could put up.
Well, I'll chime in here. Occasionally the division will throw up your fish, you know, your biggest catch for the month, or your, you know, post your gear, you know, how did everybody do, type of thing. Maybe they do that once a month and have, you know, where did you catch your fish on Blue Ribbon Water this month, and post a picture of that type of thing. People seem to respond to the contest that they had, so it'd be kind of fun to see and have people react with Facebook posts rather than just look at it.
Yeah, I like that. I think that gets people really engaged. I think that's pretty successful way to get people involved on Facebook. And the nice thing also is that's not a lot of work. You know, you just post something up and you let the public post their own pictures.
I think if we're looking at a second post, we could have kind of planned out in advance the Blue Ribbon waters that we're going to feature during that year, and then tie in the ones that are fishing really well right then, you know, that you could, hey, strawberry right now for the second post of the month, strawberry's fishing really great right now on white tube jigs, and, you know, let people know, because there's some place through the state that's always fishing well because of the location or the elevation or the temperature, and use that second post as a, hey, here's the hot spot on Blue Ribbon for the month. And then use the other one as, these are the general Blue Ribbon waters that you ought to be looking at. At least that might give us at least 2 posts a month.
And honestly, this gets us to the point, unless I'm misconstruing things, it gives us 3. So we got the water of the month, what Russ mentioned, is kind of post a picture of something nice they caught from a Blue Ribbon water. And then Rex's idea of just having some kind of monthly fishing report, or, you know, whatever the hot spot is. And then, honestly, that could be a few waters we want to highlight that are ones that are just doing well right now.
I would think we could also develop content around species, so target species. You know, there's some people that are so keen on fishing for kokanee, for example. Kind of wonder if we could do that on sort of an ad hoc basis, not a regular basis, but what does everybody think about that? How to target and where to find certain species in Blue Ribbon waters?
I think this is Ken. I don't think that's a bad idea. However, one thing you've run into at Strawberry is it's turned into a, pardon the expression, shit show when it comes to the kokanee. It's turned into so many people out there trying to catch the kokanee that that it's something that I know in past meetings the fishing game has talked about highlighting a different water, not Strawberry anymore. But it does turn into a real mess.
Well, this would allow us to make the public aware where else they can find kokanee. So it could help in dispersing the crowds, maybe. Hard to say.
Well, you know, we've had Ben's volunteered to go out and do several segments off of his boat on where to fish for walleyes and how to fish with them. And then we've got the kokanee fishing with Jared Johnson down at Rocky Mountain Tackle, that this would be another way that we could, this might be a good place, you know, to do those little 2-minute clips on it, put it on that Facebook. This might be a really good way to reach out to them and do those waters. And then, you know, Mike Fishers has volunteered to do some filming, and I've kind of twisted our mic to help go in and, you know, hey, this is the stuff in the store and this is maybe when you'd use it. So this might be a way to, you know, there looks like there's a lot of things that we could put out there on that Facebook page to me.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we could also build some diversity into this. So, you know, fishing tip of the month, 1 month could be something it's, you know, written, you know, we're writing out some tips, and then the next month it could be a link to a video. I think these are all great ideas. One I just want to throw out on here is a project of the month. Maybe we don't do enough projects to do one for the month, but at least regularly getting some of our Blue Ribbon projects that our biologists are doing kind of highlighted so people can see how we're spending Blue Ribbon dollars for the benefit of anglers in the state.
I think that's a great idea. The other thing is Chris was talking about a hatch of the month kind of thing, and maybe on that page we could do, hey, this is where the water temperatures are, and this is typically when these kind of species start biting, so, and get some of the pressure off of some of these places, because bass for down at Sandwash, you might be hitting 60 degrees in March, and you wouldn't be hitting 60 degrees until April, May at Utah Lake, or maybe out at Red Fleet.
I'm just going to throw out an idea here. So I haven't told you guys this yet, but if you look at these ones right here, so the Blue Ribbon Fishing Report we talked about in the fishing tip of the month, I've been working a little bit with outreach. This hasn't been really fully developed yet. I think this will probably be 6 months off or so, but on the Fish Utah webpage, we recently did a survey and we found out that appears to be the #1 source that people are going to get their information about fishing in Utah. I've been working with outreach on the concept of developing a new kind of pop-up page that comes up when you load that website. And on that pop-up page, what I'm hoping to have is kind of just fishing news show up. So I'm hoping right there kind of provides some of the fishing hotspots of the month and also some tips. So, if it's like ice fishing season, you might get a very ice fishing geared kind of pop-up that shows up and tells you how to ice fish and where the good places are, that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if these ones here would fit really well into that, whether we could maybe make almost a Blue Ribbon subcomponent to that pop-up, or somehow highlight Blue Ribbon heavily on that pop-up when it comes up to kind of link people right there to those. And where I'm kind of going at this, I feel like that would be a good place to put that kind of information for the public, and it might be more appropriate there than on Facebook. And also, I don't want to bombard the outreach section with too many of these Facebook posts per month. So this might give us a way to get more content out without bombarding them, and keep that 2 to 4 posts of the month kind of free for other things.
I think that's a good way to do it, Randy. Do the two. I just think doing that rotating Blue Ribbon part, and then whatever we want for that second part. And then if that pop-up page is where folks are going, let's get some Blue Ribbon stuff on there and reach out to these people.
Yeah, so I'm just going to So that's not really Facebook, but so I'm kind of proposing maybe these 3 to go on Facebook. So 3 posts a month that we would schedule. So one would be the water of the month. One would be an opportunity for people to just post their cool picture from a Blue Ribbon fishery if they caught. And the third one would be a project of the month. And then the last one I've also kind of thought about, we could talk about a little bit. This might be not a regular post, but it might be Blue Ribbon news. So it might be, for instance, after we do water voting, see if we can get a Facebook post that says, we just voted, for 3 new Blue Ribbon fisheries or something like that, and highlight those. Or after we do the project scoring in March, highlight maybe kind of the projects that are upcoming, just to mention, that's kind of what Blue Ribbon decided to do with the money and how it's being used. Any other comments on this stuff? I think if not, we'll leave it at that. I just kind of wanted to have this discussion. We were going to have it with Mark and Crystal here, but I think it's probably good for us to have these kind of things narrowed down. So when Mark and Crystal do join us, we'll be able to kind of base our conversations a little bit on that. I think we'll skip this other today stuff. I don't know if we want to flush out a calendar per se without them being here, and also determine who's going to do the work. There might be a role for us within Blue Ribbon to maybe help provide some pictures and things like that to help outreach out, but we need to talk to Mark and Crystal about that before we go down that route.
Just one last comment on the project of the month. It would be good to rotate those through regions as well, so that so it's clear we're spending money throughout the state.
Yeah, and one thing with all this is, I'm anticipating there's going to be just a little bit of work from us in Blue Ribbon, like getting project or getting pictures, for example, to go into the posts or get some bullets together that are going to help outreach when they write the material. So rotating through the regions kind of spreads the workload a little bit and makes it maybe a little bit more fair and makes it easier for everyone.
What do you want to put a few numbers, itemization under the Blue Ribbon News? What did you have in mind there?
Okay, I was thinking like, so like, November, maybe save a spot for after we vote on new waters that they get posted on the Facebook page so the public can see them. And I can't spell it right now. Funding highlights, I was thinking after the March meeting, for example, just kind of bringing up Blue Ribbon voted today. We're going to spend $450,000 of angler dollars from license sales. Some of the big projects that are going to be funded are these ones, something like that.
What about things like restoration work and habitat improvements with structures going into still waters, things of that sort?
Yeah.
I mean, those where I'm getting
They'll
back.
kind of fall into the project of the month, but I mean, I guess we could, I don't know. I mean, maybe we could talk to our biologists if there's other big happenings that are going on at Blue Ribbon Fishery. For example, if Lost Creek was a Blue Ribbon Fishery this year, maybe throwing the kokanee stocking in as being a release, saying, hey, there's going to be a change made to one of our Blue Ribbon Fisheries. It's exciting, and we're putting kokanee into Lost Creek. Something like that can happen.
Okay.
Anything else on this?
Just to be clear, we're going to meet with the outreach section folks in January, it sounds like, perhaps.
January is the plan. So what I'd like to do is get this fleshed out with them in January and hopefully hit the ground running, hoping that means like February we start doing this.
Randy, while we're talking about meeting with the folks and stuff, it was really kind of nice to, be 6 foot apart up at Lost Creek. Is there any indication from the state when we might actually start seeing each other face to face?
I have not heard anything, to be honest with you. So
okay,
it'd be nice to. Honestly, though, I was in the office filling in for Drew last week, and I saw like one other person in the whole building. So it gives you an idea. We're very much working virtually still, and we haven't had within the division any in-person meetings since March, and my hunch is it's going to go on for a little while longer. And that's maybe a discussion we need to have at some point in time. I think this fishing trip was a good thing. It kind of stinks that it's getting toward winter. Maybe we could do an ice fishing trip or something. But, I think it did feel good to kind of get out and do something outside. So I think these virtual meetings get a little stale after a little while. So maybe we do want to pursue some ways to kind of keep it fresh a little bit, maybe do some other things every few months.
Randy, is there any way we could meet in a county or some place that's not as locked down as up there in Salt Lake County?
I'm going to doubt it. The reason for it's just the state sponsorship of Blue Ribbon. I think this is kind of division stuff that's coming down. So.
I don't want to be the doomsayer, but I worry about the flu season and what's going to happen with numbers. But at any rate, we don't have to go there. We should move on to scoring plans for this year. Randy has some new ideas. We have several new members of the council. I hope you've all gotten at least electronic copies of the handbook, which details the quote unquote Hepworth Walker scale. And so that's what we use. We've been trying to devise various ways to simplify the process. Rex is holding up the handout with the very, very bare bones version of the Hepworth Walker scale. Thank you. Those were passed around at the Lost Creek get together. But I think Randy's got some new clever ways to automate it even more this year. So Randy, you ready to take it from here?
Yeah, I could take it from here. I saw your text, Jordan, there. I'll send that to you. We can do that. That's easy enough. So I don't see Dawn here. That's not a big deal. I could get Dawn up to speed later. But anyway, just kind of give you the 411. So my wife and I are expecting a baby next month. It's going to be right about the same time as our Blue Ribbon meeting. So I'm going to skip next month's meeting because I'll probably be at a hospital. But anyway, with that said, I've asked Don Wiley, who's our habitat coordinator within the division, so he works with me in the Salt Lake office, to step in my place for the next month's meeting. I think these meetings, largely with the regional reports, that kind of thing, seem to run pretty well themselves, but Don knows the state pretty well, so he could kind of fill in the same role I do and answer some questions from a statewide basis if they come up. The one big thing I've asked Don to do, though, is help with the scoring of projects next month, since next month is the scoring meeting. So he'll be presenting the final kind of score summaries from people as they come in. So that was kind of Don's role, but I just wanted to give you the heads up. There'll be somebody different here and somebody running the scoring next month other than me. But I think I've got this set up where I think it should be pretty easy for Don to step in. But what Bert alluded to earlier is kind of how we score these Blue Ribbon waters. And I've come up with a little bit different process for doing this year than previous years. And I think this is going to be really easy. So I'm going to share my screen again here. So what I've done is I've taken the Hepworth-Walker scale, which is the scale that we use for rating the waters, and I have turned it into really an online survey. What I'll do after this meeting is I'll send the link out to the survey for all of you, so you can get on and enter your responses for the waters that you fished. I'm just going to run you through the survey. This really kind of, for the most part, except for these first couple questions, mirrors what's on the Hepworth-Walker scale. But the first question is, have you fished? This is specific for Lost Creek Reservoir. I'll send a separate one out for landing number 4 as well. But have you fished Lost Creek in the last 2 years? What's your name? Once you get through those 2 questions, then it starts bringing up the same questions that are in the Hepworth-Walker scale, except I put them, instead of you assigning a value, like a point value for them, I've kind of just worded out the responses, which I think will make it a little bit easier. So the first question you're going to get is, how much would you agree with the following statement? Anglers have an opportunity to catch large fish at Lost Creek Reservoir. I'm just going to arbitrarily pick something, but you just make your selection. Next question, how much do you agree with the following statement? Anglers have an opportunity to catch a lot of fish at Lost Creek Reservoir. Here you get the same option, so strongly disagree, disagree, somewhat agree, agree, or strongly agree. You go ahead and make your answer choice. The next one is opportunities to harvest fish at Lost Creek Reservoir could be described as, and then it gives, I think, 5 or 6 options for you to read through. But again, these are the same options, same wording that you would have in the Hepworth-Walker scale. You just have to make your selection and not worry about the points. Click next, it brings another page up. The next one you have to consider is, to what extent is physical habitat improvement needed, such as stream bank stabilization, vegetation fencing, in-lake fish structure, etc., required at Lost Creek Reservoir. In this case, you got 3 options. Again, these follow the Hepworth-Walker scale. Select the one you want. Next question is, are any major management actions, such as changes in stocking, fishing regulations, completion of road-known treatments, or introduction of biological controls required at Lost Creek Reservoir? That one's a simple yes, no. And I think this is the last page of questions. So, is improved boater access provided, and is it sufficient to meet the demands at Lost Creek Reservoir? So here you have 3 options. Again, you just read through them and pick the one you feel is appropriate. Next one is, the ease with which anglers and other recreationalists are able to get to the water can have a positive or negative impact depending on desired experience. Which of the following best characterizes accessibility at Lost Creek Reservoir? So here you have 2 options. Again, you just read through them and pick the one you think is most appropriate. And then the final one is, a desirable setting for anglers can be characterized as having the following. So 1, desirable to anglers who are seeking specific social experiences, such as family-oriented anglers, group-oriented anglers, or solitary anglers. Next one is aesthetically pleasing. Number 3 is providing user amenities such as restrooms, fish cleaning stations, and parking. Number 4 is providing universal or handicap accessible amenities. And number 5, desirable for multiple social groups. And the question is, how many of those 5 things apply to Lost Creek Reservoir? So you're going to read through those 5 and decide what number apply. When you're done, you press submit, and that is all you have to do for scoring. The responses are just recorded on a spreadsheet, and I'm able to convert those numbers, your responses, into numbers according to the Hepworth-Walker scale, and we're able to score the waters doing that. Does that make sense to everybody? Again, I'll send some links out so you can complete the surveys, and I hope that's easier than what we've done in the past, which is that spreadsheet thing.
I lost a connection right at the point you launched your screen, but I was able to follow the latter part of that. So how do we move to different waters? Is that automatic?
What I'm going to do is send a separate link. So you'll get 2 surveys. You'll get a survey for Lost Creek and a survey for Blanding number 4. So complete both of them. And again, you know, if you didn't fish the water, you don't need to complete it. So the rule is if you fished in the last 2 years, you can score it. So if you have, go ahead and complete the survey. If you haven't fished that water, you don't need to do the survey.
Have we got 4 people that have fished Blanding 4?
That was my next question. I know we've definitely got enough people who fished Lost Creek, but how many people have actually made it to Blanding 4 this year?
Herb, I'm scheduled down the week of the 26th. To go down. I'll make it before our next meeting.
And I'm hoping to make it this next week. Anybody else?
I'm trying to make it before the next meeting.
I wonder if George Weekly's made it down that way.
I'll try as well.
So I called George and asked him about it, and he hadn't been down there. He just said, go ahead and give him a call if I'm going to go, and he'd try and go with me.
Okay. I think I heard Brian, Jordan, Rex, and maybe Bert. Hopefully we can get one more.
Calvin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Any idea, Calvin, what the water temperature is right now?
No, I don't, but I can try to get a hold of one of our officers and see if he can get me a water temp for you guys.
That would be great if they could, if it's not much of an inconvenience.
I hope I can give you a personal report after about Wednesday.
Yeah, we definitely need to get people down there to score that. So I'll send the links out. The other thing I'm going to instruct Donna, this is kind of based on discussions we've had after previous year's meetings, is we have different scoring thresholds for waters. So I think both these, they have to get 60 points, I believe. If they reach that 60-point threshold, then in the past, they've automatically become a blue ribbon fishery. But we've had some discussions in the past of whether or not that is really the fair thing to do, or whether we should have basically an up-down vote at the end to decide whether that water is truly blue ribbon or not. So I think what I'm going to do is instruct Dawn that if the waters meet the scoring threshold, to go ahead and have that vote among blue ribbon members. Does that sound reasonable, Bert?
It does sound reasonable. I am hoping everyone who can get down to Blanding number 4 is able to do so before the November meeting. We're scheduled, of course, for the third Thursday, which is November 19th. And I think after that, it might be getting pretty chilly down that way because it's at like 6,800 feet. But we have postponed scoring to the very end of the year, even though we're meant to do it in our November meeting. So it does seem reasonable. Hopefully we'll have enough to score it. And this system of using the survey approach should simplify your life, Randy, and maybe will Don have access to all of those numbers then?
I'll give Don access to the numbers so he'll be able to do the final scores. I've actually built a spreadsheet for him that'll automatically tally everybody's stuff up. So it should be as easy for him as just reading numbers off a spreadsheet.
And of course, we made changes to the size categories for flat waters. Blanding number 4 certainly is a small reservoir, as I recall, although I might need to double check that. What did Cal say it is, surface area? How many
32,
acres?
surface 32.
32, so under 50. Pretty sure that Kolob is 50, but well, I'm not sure what are we doing with Kolob? I mean, I seem to remember in the minutes we actually passed a motion to give a thumbs up, thumbs down on Kolob at this next scoring meeting. Am I remembering that correctly? I couldn't find it.
That is what we discussed. It was probably June, July, somewhere in there that we would do that with Kolob. So it wouldn't be officially scored. It would be just a simple, yes/no vote that would happen during the November meeting.
And I think that was unanimous.
So I would say definitely consider that, because that's going to be one of the votes that we'll have in November. This meeting today is recorded online. I'll just point that out. So when I send out the links, I'll send out also the recording to this meeting. I think it's just a YouTube link, so you can go back and you can either watch Nick's presentation, for example, or any of the presentations today. And that might help you, kind of do some homework and think a little bit about your decision, particularly for COLOB, based on Nick's data.
And I think this new process will make it super easy for new members of the council. In the past, it's been pretty challenging. We've gradually made it, I think, a little more streamlined. Early on, there were questions that members of the council really didn't have answers to regarding, say, the history of management plans and that sort of thing. And then whether there was sufficient water quality, water quantity. But these are things that we figured the biologists can help us with. And actually, those are built into this new system already. So it should be really straightforward. And thank you, Randy, for putting in the effort to streamline it.
Yeah, that's no problem. The other thing, if you're going to follow the Hepworth-Walker scale literally as it's written, the little survey I'm sending out is going to be a little bit different, where I follow the same answer choices and the same wording, but I've eliminated answer choices that aren't possible for a water body. So for example, there's some answer choices that are very specific to water bodies that have management plans in place. Neither of these waters we're scoring this year have management plans, so I've eliminated those as possible answer choices, because they're not ones you can select anyway because they don't have management plans. So I've done that to further simplify it. But if you're really comparing it, apples to apples, the Hepworth-Walker scale is a little bit different because some of those choices are missing for some questions.
That said, you've still taken into consideration the scoring for those particular aspects, I presume.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, are there any questions about scoring?
Do those scoring changes need to be approved by the council, Randy or Bert?
They shouldn't be scoring changes, really. I mean, this is a change in the process of how we score, but it's still the Hepworth-Walker scale we're following. So what I'm saying is sometimes there's an answer choice. It's if this water has a management plan in place, do you agree with the following? And then maybe the next answer choice is if the water doesn't have a management plan, do you agree with the following? What I've done is, since neither of these waters have a management plan, I just haven't provided you the option of answering with something pertaining to a management plan. I don't think that's a change of the scoring. Those are options you weren't going to use in the first place. I just did it to simplify the scoring.
Will we be able to see the spreadsheet of the scores that get automatically entered as a result of our survey responses?
Yeah, I can make that available too.
So that'll definitely cover the issue of how things are scored, Dave. And I think it'll make everybody feel like Randy's not trying to pull a fast one on us here.
That sounds good. I just wanted to make sure we're still following the same guidelines.
Yeah, I'll send it out, and you'll be able to compare it. You'll be able to see which ones I eliminated as choices, and there are ones that just weren't logical for the waters that we're scoring. They're very specific to, like, streams, for example, and that kind of thing. So, but it really is the same thing as the Hepworth-Walker scale. But you'll be able to compare them, and I'll send the final answer spreadsheet out as well, so you can see as you enter your values, those get populated, and kind of see how the scoring is going as people enter their information.
Yeah, that gives us a chance to double check that everything has been recorded properly. So I think that's worth doing. Okay, any additional questions for Randy on this new way of scoring? All right, that concludes that section. I don't see that Don has joined us, so I guess we'll meet
Bert,
him.
could I modify that to this easier way of same scoring, not new way of scoring?
That's, a better way to put it. It's the same scoring. It's the same thing we've always done. It's just a different system for getting the scores.
My apologies. Yes, it's not.
This is a public record meeting, and I want to make sure we're not doing a new scoring. We're just making it easier to accomplish the scoring.
Correct. Yes. All right. Thank you for clarifying for me, Rex. That's what I meant. It's not what I said, but that's what I meant. All right. I think that concludes the scoring section of the agenda. We will have further discussions, obviously, next month, particularly as regards COLAB. But I hope we can get enough people down to blending number 4. I hope to camp at Recapture and be down there for at least 2 nights, maybe 3 nights, so that I can check out both of those waters. The next thing on our agenda, we're a little ahead of schedule. It's the Chairman's Steering Committee report. The Steering Committee didn't meet, but and I don't really have anything specific to report this month, except to remind folks that we have some vacancies coming up, and they're coming up pretty quickly. June of this next year, 2021, will be my 6-year mark. So we're going to need to fill my chair slot. So I haven't had anybody approach me with the burning desire to take over chairmanship, but feel free to reach out. I can tell you what's involved. It's pretty straightforward. I also was chair of the Waters Committee, and Randy's taken on a lot of the responsibilities just by streamlining the process by which we score. It still, I think, makes good sense for there to be a Waters Committee to consider recommendations and to talk about things like, aspects of scoring or whether adjustments are needed to the Hepworth-Walker scale, for example. George Weekly has been the vice chair for several years now, and I've got to get with George and see what his thoughts are as well, both on replacing me in Waters Committee and on the chairmanship for the council. But I wondered if anyone had any questions for me or specific to our organization, especially are there new members that have questions about how things should be running here, and are there issues that you would like to address coming up? Okay, I don't hear any questions. Randy?
I'll just chime in real fast. We need a replacement for Bert because he's got 7, 8 months, something like that, and he's gone. So it's time to think about it seriously. And we're at a point where I'm going to miss next month, frequently take the December meeting off just because of the holidays. January, if we don't have somebody by January, we're going to push the point here. So we're going to might have to get a little bit more aggressive about it. But we need somebody to step up and, fill Bert's role. So I'll work with Bert a little bit on maybe getting his kind of tasks lined out and time commitment and stuff like that, so people know what they're volunteering for. I think it's not a huge commitment, but it's a really important commitment. And I think we could spell things out a little bit better so people know what kind of the expectations are and the role of being a chair and being the Waters Committee lead is.
Yeah, Bert, this is Ken. We have 3 seats coming up that will be vacated in June?
I was just looking at that. Yours and mine, so Central Region, and I'm a Coldwater representative. We also have George Weekly, who's an at-large representative. He's done June 30th. I think that's it. I'm not sure. This spreadsheet doesn't show which term we're in. I believe Dave Hoonan is just in his first 3-year term. So, but I think
that's right. I think that's right. It was just the 3.
Here, I'll share what I've got, Bert, to maybe help out a little bit.
Well, the point
I'm just in my first 3 year.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so this is the latest membership spreadsheet that I've got. So expiring next year, Meg, but that's her first term. Bert. Ben. That'd be his first term though. Bert, that's your second term. Ken, second term. And George, second term.
Correct. Yeah, so that agrees. So we will have openings for cold water, one cold water, one at large, and central region. So we have those openings coming in June, as well as chair and waters committee chair.
Is Meg still on the committee?
She hasn't resigned to the best of my knowledge, but she hasn't been present. So we may have to get after her on that. Randy, did you want to add anything to that?
That's pretty accurate. She did email me with some questions about Blue Ribbon. I kind of indicated I think she's still interested, but I don't know why we haven't seen her for 6 months or whatever at a meeting.
Yeah. Well, if you know of people either in your region or that have similar interests, to take your position, those that were mentioned that are going to be whose terms are ending in June, please encourage them to start thinking about joining. They can certainly join at any time. These meetings are public. But they will need to submit a basic resume to Randy, and then we'll take it from there. So there was someone who had a comment. Go ahead.
I don't think it was me, but I'll chime in real fast. We've often given people a meeting or 2 meetings or even longer in some cases to check out Blue Ribbon before they actually join. So if you know people, we could certainly start inviting them on to get them kind of thinking about it.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Russ.
Would you be willing to send out that little spreadsheet, your latest version?
Yeah, absolutely. I can send that out.
I guess the one good thing is we have a full slate right now, which is good. So we need everybody present for scoring waters. We also need everybody present for evaluating programs, which happens early in the new year. So I'm happy that we have, at least theoretically, every position filled. So, but come June, there definitely will be openings. So that's all I had to say for the chair steering committee report. And I didn't know if Rex had things to add for outreach above and beyond what we've talked about. I know there were several things that were in the works. So Rex, you want to go ahead?
I think I covered them. We do have folks lined up for those short videos that we want to do. It's just how we want to present them and people that want to be involved with it. So, and I just had kind of gone down through the list of the things that we first outlined of what we wanted outreach to do. And we're actually checking a lot of things off that list if you go back to that June meeting. So I really appreciate the effort that Randy's been making with it and the folks that have been willing to line up. So I think that's everything for outreach right now.
Well, I also the support from the outreach group at the division, that's been instrumental. Rex, the point about short videos, that could be content for the Facebook page as well. I mean, why not? If we're producing content for any reason, it could actually find a home on the Facebook page. So there's that. I know you also were tracking down a temperature chart for flat water.
I have that. In fact, I looked for it it's somewhere on my desk right now, but I wasn't able to find it before this meeting, but I do have that and I will get that passed on.
And there are also hatch charts available many different places. I've seen them. It's a matter of reconfiguring them, sort of redrawing them and figuring out how to brand them as Blue Ribbon. So,
and I did see the temperature chart you sent, Rex, and
okay.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that. I think that's good. That might be a good thing for when we get Mark and Crystal on to talk to them just a little bit about that. I think our idea with that is, reaching out a little bit more to some of the fishing tackle shops around and giving them some content that they can hand out, and maybe talking to our outreach department a little bit about their recommendations for how we could do that, whether those temperature charts, hatch charts are a good idea, if they've got other ideas of, I don't know, freebie swag, pamphlets, whatever we want to give out that has a Blue Ribbon logo that kind of gets our name out a little bit more to anglers.
Well, I think that the pictures I sent you that, Randy, I think that is something that, basically if you had that on a playing card, and then the next time if we came out with a hatch one, you could just start kind of getting your own deck of cards from different things that, make them all the same size so they just kind of fit in a vest pocket or something, and then it's right there and available.
Yeah, and depending on size, it could even be a two-sided thing, maybe. You got
Right.
on one side and the temperature on the other side.
Yep. But you did get that.
Yeah, I did get that. So we've got that for
You
reference.
should have got a copy of it too, Bert. Didn't I send that to you? I thought I
Yeah.
had. But-
Yeah,
okay.
you can.
Okay. That's everything for me.
All right. Thank you, Rex. Randy, I don't know if you have any additional new business. I don't have anything. I don't know if any other members of the council do. Are there any further questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah,
This is Dave. I was just gonna throw out there, Rex or anybody else, I guess. I'm in St. George right now, and these Blue Ribbon Waters are fishing well. I got my boat down here. If anybody'd like to come down, I'd be happy to go out with them fishing.
Nice. Ben Kurtz wasn't able to make it today, but I know Ben was considering trying to get the blanding number 4. So maybe I'll get after him and see if he's still planning that. All right. Well, Randy, any last comments there?
I don't have anything.
Well, everyone, our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 19th. Randy will be sending out the scoring information, the links to the surveys that will be used to populate the spreadsheet. And then eventually we'll see the spreadsheets for scoring the 2020 candidate waters. I appreciate the effort of the regions, especially the northern, southeast, and southern regions with their detailed reports today, particularly as regards the candidate waters. I would, again, one more time, encourage you to watch Jackie's video on the Provo River. We will be discussing it in November as well, I'm sure. And I think that about concludes it. Any last minute items from anyone? All right, folks, stay safe, stay healthy. Hopefully we can get out and fish some Blue Ribbon Waters, and we'll see you again in November 19th. Take care.